Hey everybody, we're back. I'm pressing the L1 button, it's not taking me to the main menu.
Feel that that's sort of cheating if it says any button, but yet that doesn't work.
It does. I've been playing Ace Attorney Investigations on the DS recently, and the DS starts up and it's like press any button and it'll take you to the DS menu, and that does include the shoulder buttons.
Huh. That's actually kind of interesting.
How you doing, Teak?
And hey there, Teak.
Let me see, let me move this. I actually took that HD featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series logo that you sent me and put it on the stream.
I thought so. I was like, that looks a little bit more crisp.
I think the biggest difference is that the background SMT logo is brighter.
Mm-hmm.
Been immersed in Mortal Kombat. Have you watched the movie more than once? Also, the movie is not available in any legal format in the UK.
Wow. That's actually kind of surprising.
Well, it's internet streaming services that are focused pretty much entirely in the US. I don't think the
Yeah.
UK has any legal method of watching Young Justice Season 3.
Oof.
Which
I've never
frustrates
watched
me.
that series, but I've heard it's really good.
It was good. It was good, and Season 3 introduced... Season 2's epilogue introduced my favourite DC villain. Oh god, Teak, that's too much.
But, you mentioning earlier that you've been playing Ace Attorney actually kind of, pulls into something I was wanting to ask you about because of the announcement of the Great Ace Attorney.
Ah yes, Daiga Yakuten Cyber.
Yeah, that. You're better at pronouncing that stuff than I am. I was curious if you're aware if the European localization of Ace Attorney is different from the English, or from the US version, I should say.
Not as far as I'm aware. I know that there was a bug with the ending, or there was a misspelling with the ending of Justice for All if you failed the last case. In the US release, that was fixed for the European.
Oh, interesting.
But the miracle never happened.
Oh.
Is it Teak, or have you been beaten into the ground by Sonya's regular screaming of combat time? Oh god, I forgot Clancy Brown played Raiden. But yeah, no, aside from that, I think it's mostly the same. I think I had an easier time with the first case, or the second case of Justice for All than a lot of American players might have, because they may not know that English cars drive on the left side of the road and thus have the driver's seat on the right side, which was an integral piece of evidence.
Yeah. One of my friends on Twitch has been going through Ace Attorney recently, and just started going through Ace Attorney 2, so I've been able to relive some of that.
Ace Attorney 2, Justice for All.
I remember, actually have a funny story for how I ended up getting Justice for All, because I was still in high school at the time, so if I wanted to go anywhere, I was basically having to ask like my older friends that actually had cars if they could help drive me somewhere. And back in the days of MapQuest, when MapQuest wouldn't actually take you to where you're trying to go, I found out that the only place near me that had a copy of Justice for All was a GameStop that was like 2 towns over.
Damn it.
And I managed to convince a friend to take me to this GameStop in this obscure mall that is 2 towns over. And MapQuest ends up taking us to a neighborhood that is next to an elementary school.
Oh.
instead of to where the mall is. And my friend has like this red Camaro. So we just kind of pull up into this neighborhood, and there's all these kids playing around outside. And my friend goes, "Hey, let's ask the kids if they know where the mall is."
Oh.
Yeah. So rolls down his window, asks the kids where the mall is, and very rightfully so, angry father comes out asking us what the hell are we doing. We explain the situation to him, and he's like, "Oh, MapQuest. Of course it's MapQuest." Because apparently we weren't the first person trying to get to this mall that has asked this dude for direction in this neighborhood. So after getting the answer from this guy, we finally found the mall, and I finally found the GameStop, and we were able to get justice for all. But it was a bit of a hassle trying to get that game.
What a strange story.
But on the topic of Ace Attorney, in the US, and in the UK, we're not getting a physical copy for Great Ace Attorney.
No, it's digital only, as is far too often the case with these things.
Yeah.
Did you know we didn't get a physical copy of Shin Megami Tensei 4?
Y'all didn't?
No, we had to wait like 18 months for it to come out in Europe, and then we got it digital only.
Man, that's some bullshit.
It is. Jack Frost, join me.
Had that happen in San Diego when my friend tried using Apple Maps to get to this.
Roll up to some kids slowly. Like, not even like a roll down winch, like one of those slow automatic ones. You just have it slowly roll down. Sunglasses, you just peer over the top. Hey, kids. Where's the zoo?
Ended up at a dead end, and a cop was there and was like, "You guys are looking for the zoo using Apple Maps, aren't you?"
This is why people need to just carry an atlas around just in case.
I mean, with phones and GPS nowadays, it's probably a little bit easier.
But you also have a glove box that you could just put a book in. And that book could be like a map.
Yeah, but when you're the only person driving, like, having to constantly pull over and make sure you're following the correct map is a lot harder than just hearing your phone go, "Turn right."
I have good news, though. We've recruited the series mascot.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Alright, what am I doing? What am I doing?
That is a very good question. What are you doing?
Wandering in a minute. Let's save.
That is a very good point. Saving is very good.
Punch!
How dare you punch the series mascot? Have you no shame?
I wish Atlas actually did like more merchandise in the UK. I'd love to have like a Jack Frost something. But you just can't get them. Jack Frost plush maybe, or a Jack Frost hoodie. Yeah, if I was going for a hoodie, I'd want a Black Frost.
Yeah, Black Frost hoodie would be cool. If I had to go with a specific merchandise, it'd probably be the plush.
Yeah.
Namely because I feel like you can find those in various games. As, like, little Easter eggs. So I feel like it'd be appropriate. I could just have one as, like, an Easter egg. So to speak.
Just have it in the background of your cam streams. Ooh, sacrificial fusion.
Ooh. It's like, don't worry, you're not going to be a sacrifice ghost.
Oh, what's that over there? A distraction? Come on.
But,
yeah.
Jumping back to Ace Attorney for a moment, something interesting I found out is that the Japanese version because prior to Great Ace Attorney, Ace Attorney 1 through 3 was actually released physically in Japan for Switch and PlayStation 4. And
individually or as the trilogy?
As a trilogy pack. But the physical version in Japan is in both English and Japanese.
Oh yeah, I think you said you wanted to pick that up, didn't you?
I was very tempted to pick it up because I found somewhere online, before you count shipping and stuff, of course. But I found it for like $30.
Ooh.
But I found it somewhere online for like $30. Which isn't bad, especially since it'll come with the nice like HD artwork and stuff.
I was thinking about the HD artwork earlier today, and I was like, it looks wrong. It looks like too clean. Like clean lines instead of like pixel dots. And I don't know. I feel like some of that old some of that old artwork in digital style like that can look too clean and weirdly off-putting.
I do agree with that. Because like I said, I've been watching a friend go through the series, and it's their first time through the series, so they don't know like the original art style for it. But watching it, like the super smooth stuff, I feel some things are lost in translation, so to speak. Namely, the fourth case in the first game. Von Karma being your opponent, so to speak.
Yes.
There are certain what were sprites of his character that looked a lot more intimidating that I feel were lost when it was cleaned up.
You know, I have Ace Attorney Trilogy on Switch. I don't know why I bought it. It was just kind of there. But maybe we should see about getting a few people together and doing like a voice-acted version of that sometime.
Oh, that would be a lot of fun.
Yeah. No idea how we'd go beyond the trilogy.
Yeah, that was one thing I was surprised about when I was looking up the physical release in Japan, is that, like, Ace Attorney 1 through 3, like, that's a good idea, but I'm kind of surprised there was no Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney Investigations, or... I mean, this is completely out of the ballpark, but Ace Attorney versus Professor Layton.
Am I ever going to play that?
I actually really liked that one.
I've never been big into Professor Layton, although I have debated seeing about doing some kind of stream of it as like a group activity thing of everybody trying to solve the puzzles.
I very much like Professor Layton. I've played all of the games that I'm able to. I haven't been able to get the one on Switch yet.
It makes me feel dumb.
And I haven't been able to play. There was like a mobile game at one point as well.
The only mobile ones I'm aware of are ports.
There was one with Layton supposedly having a son, and you played as his son. It was like years ago. I can't remember exactly when. But it was like right when mobile games were kind of getting big in the US, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
From what I can remember.
Southwest of Ginza in Shiodome. I don't know if you noticed, but we recruited 3 new demons.
I did.
I hope I find the save point again.
Might be a problem if you don't.
But yeah, Ace Attorney. It was weird that they put out Apollo Justice on 3DS as a separate thing. Like, you got this kind of It's not really HD, but kind of remastered version of Apollo Justice on 3DS.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, they are.
Thank you, Shikigami. It's not like we weren't already aware of that.
Yeah, well, at least they didn't attack us.
That's true.
All
It's
right.
just like, peace, I'm out. I give you knowledge, and its friend is like, bro, what the hell?
I bring you peace. I bring you love. It brings us love. Kill it. Punch.
Something I've been trying to figure out, though, is the physical release of Great Ace Attorney in Japan. I'm trying to figure out if it's going to have an English version with it as well.
Oh, we're back at the phone.
But I have a feeling it probably won't, because it's coming out before the English release.
Yeah.
Whereas I feel the Trilogy Pack probably only has an English version with it because it was already translated into English prior.
It's possible
But
they'll
it is
update it.
Maybe. Something interesting I did find out, though, with the physical version of the Ace Attorney trilogy is that if your system, your PS4, your Switch, whichever one you get it for, if it's set to English, the game will automatically play the game in English for you. Like, you don't have to go into settings and change anything.
It is interesting.
But it is, like, further interesting that you can have games like that that already exist in a series that is very heavily popular by a company that you know can afford to release a physical version of it, and then they just don't.
There's been very much a thing since the Switch came out. A continuous thing of the companies releasing games physically with half the data on them. Because the companies have to pay more for the bigger Switch cartridges, and they can't exactly pass that cost on to the consumers.
That is something I noticed. Yeah, that is something I noticed with importing, because looking into things, I found out that there is what people refer to as a joke, but I mean, it kind of is true, of the Switch cartridge tax, in which case, if you buy a Switch game, it'll probably cost you about $3 to $4 extra than a PS4 game to import because of the extra cost of the Switch cartridge. Which, until finding this out, I didn't realize that Switch cartridges costed extra.
It's not even just with Switch cartridges. If you look at games that are only available digitally on eShop, a lot of them that are available on other systems just cost more on Switch for some reason.
That'll be something I'll definitely have to look into later. But it is interesting to know that, like, some of these games, because I've been on a kick of trying to get physical copies of digital-only games lately.
Yeah.
Which I got Hades in the other day, so that'll be kind of cool at some point.
I still need to get around to picking that up, but I should probably play Bastion first.
Bastion, Transistor. There's another one that I keep forgetting about.
Yeah, I couldn't remember what the first and third one was.
But pretty solid games from that company. I just haven't gotten around to playing them yet. But I've been on a kick on getting digital copies of physical-only games, and the PS3, PS Vita, PSP store shutting down kind of really kicked that into gear for me.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, at least PS3 store and PS Vita store aren't shutting down. PSP, it's sad, but if we were going to have to take one loss out of the three, that's probably the least lost out of the three of them.
The question I have is, like, can you still buy PSP games on your Vita?
I don't know, but that is a very good question because last I checked, Persona 3 Portable is like $90 secondhand.
Yeah, it's pretty expensive over here as well.
Up now. It's probably shot up now because of the PSP store going down, which is like, oof. I regret trading that in years ago.
Did you see that link I posted in Discord earlier today about the Firefox extension?
No, I did not. Let me double check that real quick.
Alright. Now we have the question of, like, is it worth keeping these demons to get some skills out of them? Or should I just fuse them now? Huapo's almost done. Kodama is done. Hypixie can go for a while. Alright, let me put those back in the party, actually.
Oh, I see the link now.
Yeah, it's in the news section.
Mm-hmm. Simple web browser, giving players access to previous versions of the PlayStation Store. Nice.
Supposedly, it enables you to buy games that were previously delisted. Which would presumably include licensed games that were taken off.
Huh.
I haven't looked into it yet because I don't use Firefox, I use Chrome. That could be something worth changing soon.
I have Firefox and Chrome. I switch between them at times.
Yeah, I should probably do that.
That definitely does. Yeah, I'll definitely have to look further into that, because that is interesting.
There's a few games I'd be down for picking up. I didn't get the Marvel Superheroes Origin. It's Marvel vs. Capcom Origins Collection, which is Marvel Superheroes and original Marvel vs. Capcom. I can play Marvel vs. Capcom 1 on Dreamcast. I don't have a good way of playing Marvel Superheroes, though, and it is a pretty fun fighting game.
I think the only two I've been able to play is I played Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and Marvel vs. Capcom 3. I think the only Marvel fighting games I've played.
Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3 is pretty fun. Its roster is pretty good. It has a smaller roster than MVC 2 overall, but it's a lot more varied. And Phoenix Wright is a playable character.
Oh, nice.
It was actually kind of the thing. Between MVC2 and MVC3, Capcom created so many more franchises. Dead Rising, Devil May Cry, Beautiful Joe, Okami, Phoenix Wright. And like a bunch of them are in there. Like you can play as Beautiful Joe, you can play as Amaterasu. You can play as Dante and Trish, and if you play Ultimate MVC3, you can play as Virgil. Frank West from Dead Rising. Phoenix Wright. It's a lot of fun. It is currently available for current gen systems, digital only. But it does come with all the previous DLC. Which include the DLC is Jill Valentine and Shumagora, and I think 6 or 7 alternate colours for everybody, and then 1 alternate costume. Phoenix Wright's alternate costume is... You would hope that it was Miles Edgeworth, it's not.
That's unfortunate because that's what I was going to say. I was going to say, let me guess, the alt is Miles Edgeworth. It's like, what do you mean it's not Miles Edgeworth?
No, what it is Phoenix he appears in the third case of Trials and Tribulations. Fourth case? Fourth case.
Oh. Still, it's like, if you're having to do alternate color palettes, the first two that come to mind would be Miles Edgeworth and Apollo Justice.
Well, the colour palettes are literally just the same costume, but different colours. The different costumes are different models. They actually changed models for them. Like Spidey, because most of his costumes are basically the same basic design, but with different colours and stuff on them. You've got his regular outfit, then you've got like his symbiote outfit, and there's Dusk and Prodigy. You know, I don't think there's Prodigy, but I don't think there's Dusk, but I'm pretty sure there is Prodigy. But then his alternate costume is Scarlet Spider.
Interesting.
Which has the hoodie over the suit. Dante's alternate costume is legendary Dark Knight Sparda. The Maiden.
Have a feeling I knew who that could be.
Hey, Loki.
That's not Tom Hiddleston.
No, he's apparently buffer and hotter. Who the hell are you? What do you want in here? Did you come in for a drink? Sorry, kid, but I don't think they serve milk or juice boxes in this place. Thanks, Loki.
Thanks, Loki.
Alright, let's talk to Nyx. You causing trouble again, Nyx?
Well, at least, you know, she's a woman this time. So, are you wanting me to voice Nyx?
I'm not sure if I'm wanting anybody to voice anybody with these minor characters that aren't really going to pop up again.
Alright.
I'm really considering it.
I mean, that's fair. Because, I mean, there's only so many voices you can really do.
Yeah, it's not like we're professional voice actors.
Yeah. We aren't getting paid for this.
Unless you want to pay us. Hint, hint.
Nudge, nudge.
Patreon.
Wink, wink.
Do it.
Meanwhile, because we mention a link or whatever, it's like, oh, sorry, the algorithm is just like, nope, sorry, I have no idea who you are now.
Alright, yes, we can check out the Assembly of Nihilo. Yes, I have something for the Maiden. I don't think it's what she wants it to be, but I am currently a minor.
Yeah, sorry, she can't handle any of our glow in the dark, like, junk. Sorry about that.
Oh god, you think the tattoos do actually cover his junk?
I mean, I didn't think about it until now. I was just being silly.
You've dug your own grave.
I did.
Alright, I actually did
Then
not pay
again,
attention
I think...
to what she said.
Oh, shit.
Right outside of Ginza. Boys love risking the next with girls. Doesn't work out, come talk to me again. Alright, so we gotta go at the place and then come back to Nyx.
I was gonna say, I feel I already dug my grave considering I buried myself in the garden of the hospital we started this at.
Yeah, you're probably out by now.
Yeah.
Alright.
But I mean, we basically started this journey with me digging my own grave, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. It is probably not going to get better.
No.
I have room for 2 more demons. We're about to hit a random encounter. There we go. I don't have any of these. Yeah, let's change that.
So you beat up a mop so that you can get a bunch of spaghetti.
It has a face.
The spaghetti has a face, it's still spaghetti.
Besides, we could need it for the spaghetti network.
Oh, that is a very good point. Maybe it'll help us get through the spaghetti network.
Right, here's 50 marker. Here is 50 more marker. Awesome! Yay!
Which, now that I think about it, it's like you just paid 100 Maka. You get that 100 Maka back because he joins you?
Nope. It's an independent contractor.
Shame.
So,
I wonder if he realized there was fine print in his contract and that we are going to, like, fuse him into something else now.
well, he's only level 4. I might just get rid of him now.
That's what I mean.
Well, basically, we're gonna treat
like-
this dude like he is like he is a superstar for the WWE. The days before Triangle Fusion. Harnesses the chaotic power of Kagatsuchi. Can only perform when Kagatsuchi shines brightest. I don't really feel like walking around a bunch though. Let's see, Kodama. I don't want Earth Boy. I already have Apsaris. I don't want Moryu. I already have a Jack Frost. What is Inugami? Oh, it's Worm Thing.
Yep, it's a worm dog. It basically... I'm forgetting what Gami stands for, but I know Inu is dog.
I didn't know about any of these. Alright, let's leave it for now. Let me check everybody in the party. Wapo and Hypixie. I could probably do with taking Wapo out. We'll replace her with Lilin. Lilin still has stuff to learn. Alright, we'll head back, we'll save, heal, and then we will leave.
We've done what we could here in Ginza. Until we find our way back to Nyx.
Yep. It's only taken us like a half hour.
Unlike the Spaghetti Network, this is a little bit faster.
No kidding. I'll have to go back into there, especially since we're after the true demon ending.
Fun times. I mean, it's fun for me. I'm not the one playing. I'm just here to give commentary with you.
Oh, you're not the one playing yet.
Oh, ooh.
How many points is it
There I
to
go.
choose what game you play on your stream, ChanceEm?
Oh no. Oh, hold up. I need to check that real quick. But here I am, just digging one more scoop of dirt in that grave of mine.
No, it's not this door, it's the next door. It's crazy how nowhere is safe in Nocturne.
Well, I mean, it is the apocalypse, and there's demons.
Yeah, but like even with stuff, even in other SMT games, you have safe areas. Okay, I found the assembly of
they decided that, you know. Oh, hello there.
Place for those who seek silence. Yeah, you see, the maiden asked for me. Well, okay.
Yeah, see, I'm the +1 for the maiden, but oh, okay.
Yep. Then we don't get the option to even fight that dude.
The dude is just like, be gone! And it's like, oh, okay, I'm gone, I guess.
You're the one on the horse. That's fantastic work. You know, that made up for it.
Yeah.
Get him.
Demi-Fiend is kind of asserting his dominance now.
That was. Yeah. There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, it was.
It was like he killed 2 enemies, then had an enemy miss him, but then it was like, oh, then there was a critical the next turn though.
Yep. Everything can change in a very short amount of time. I feel like Nocturne is like the most SMT game. Like, it's what we base our expectations of all other SMT games on.
Yeah. It's like, because whenever you think of like, oh, you're in for a world of pain if you play SMT, it's like, it's because it all kind of stems from Nocturne.
Yeah. It's not like earlier games were overly easy.
Yeah, but the earlier games weren't really accessible outside of Japan.
Persona 2 Eternal Punishment.
Yeah, but even then, that was like a sequel to a previous game that wasn't accessible outside of Japan.
Revelations Persona. Revelations Persona, I'm pretty sure, was made easier.
Mm-hmm. Kind of like the opposite of like Alundra.
Yeah, that's just how working designs did. Nope, couldn't get inside the base. I mean, it was only down the road.
It's like, oh my god, you actually walked down the road.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be meeting somebody. Ozu Tenno, you say? Ike Bukuro. The Great Underpass of Ginza. You know what's in the Great Underpass of Ginza? Pain.
Yeah.
That is pain.
Is it max pain, though?
You think Angel will refuse to come with me because I have Lillian with me?
Maybe.
Yeah,
just tell her that you're wanting like a harem of winged girls.
Yeah, prove to me that feathers are hotter than bat wings.
Which I do actually want to comment on their designs for a moment. Wow. Wow. That's Angel.
I had a
just took our
feeling.
money and left.
I had a feeling something was going to go bad when she asked for 250 marker. So you want to comment on the designs?
Yeah, Lilith, or Lilim, whatever.
Lilith is a separate demon.
Yes. But, Lilim, she has a very, like, tame design, so to speak. And then you have Angel, who has basically the BDSM outfit.
Yeah, Angel is very bondage-based, while Lilin looks kind of demure.
Mm-hmm. It's an interesting, like, I guess, play on each other. The demon character looking more... What's the word I'm looking for?
Sexualized?
I guess. Well, the Angel character is a lot more risque. Kind of subverting expectations in certain regards.
Lilin's weak to ice.
That's interesting.
I would have expected it to be weak to Expel, which she probably is. Yay, level!
Woo! Allocate those points.
That's right. Strength up.
Nice. I was gonna say...
No, she isn't anything to Expel. Nullifies electricity, weak to ice.
Interesting. Which, I mean, I guess that goes to show that it's like certain demons you would expect certain stuff from, and then it's like, nope, completely different.
Sarge drains electricity, is weak to fire. Repels electricity, is weak to fire. If we come up against an electric enemy, we're going to be sorted.
Yeah.
Resist electricity.
If you come against fire, though.
Yeah, I'll have to remove everybody except Wapo, apparently. And Lilin. And Hypixie, I guess.
Yeah. So let's just hope we run into a few Pikachus out here.
Well, let's take a look at this warehouse.
We're basically playing, like, monster catching, aren't we?
Pretty much. Some people compare this to Pokemon, and I did at one point compare Shin Megami Tensei to Pokemon in the demon catching idea. But I would say it's closer to Dragon Quest Monsters, despite actually predating that.
Yeah, I remember when I worked at a game store, like, actually over a decade ago now. My manager would always tell me to promote the SMT titles, except for Digital Devil Saga. But to promote the SMT titles...
Promote cannibalism. It's not right. We don't support that in this good Christian GameStop.
But to promote the SMT titles is basically saying that they were the adult version of Pokemon.
The Dark Souls of Pokemon.
Yeah. Except that was before Dark Souls. I think only Demon Souls was out at that point, but even then, it was still, like, very, very new.
Yeah, this is the Dark Souls of Pokemon. What's Dark Souls? It doesn't exist yet.
Go back in time to myself back then and just be like, it's the Dark Souls of Pokemon. And everybody be like, what the hell is Dark Souls?
Oh boy, poison demons.
Ooh, at least it's not fire demons.
Ah, no, I'm still gonna hate this place.
Come on, it's not fire demons. Plus, it just looks like a bunch of like food that some really bad anime character made or something. This is what happens whenever you put food down your garbage disposal. It all just ends up in the underpass of Ginza.
The great underpass of Ginza. I don't know what's great about it.
I don't know.
Okay, I should probably heal after this, actually.
Yeah, that would be a good idea. See Lilim and Hypixie kind of low there.
Yeah, Lilim got hit pretty bad in the previous fight. And here we are, the point I get to in Nocturne where I think, do I really want to do this again?
Oh. Oh no.
Don't worry, we got a little while before that bit happens. I think we've got a whole boss fight before that bit.
Yeah, I'm just getting like small flashbacks though.
Like everybody knows Matador is like the wake-up call moment of this game. And like if we get to Matador, then like that's like pretty much the end of the stream, I guess. I mean, not actually the end of the stream, but like,
it'd be like, thanks for joining us. Yeah, it's like, thanks for joining us. See you never.
Oh, Matador.
I do find it amusing that there are various companies that have used Matador as, like, their logo or something.
Yeah, there was a video, Kragan, who is a follower on here, another streamer who does a bunch, and he's big into SMT. He shared a video that is about like why Nocturne is so important, and it opens with a bunch of old people talking about Shin Megami Tensei.
That's amazing.
I'd seen like all of the clips separately before, but like all of them together is just unbelievable. Like one of them has like a G4 TV logo in the corner. It's like, did you get these old people to talk about this thing they have no idea about? And it's like, okay, so at what point do we have the clip of Hulk Hogan talking about Shin Megami Tensei and how we're gonna work with the Hulkster to take down Yehovah?
And then, of course, you play Persona 3 and you have those one enemies that look like Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, those are straight up Hulk Hogan.
They are.
Alright, Sudama.
Hey, we got a friend.
And Mabufu.
Ooh, nice. But, segueing back to something we were talking about earlier in the stream is because you were just made a comment a little bit ago about redeeming to make me play through Nocturne. And by the time I would get to that, the Nocturne HD version would be out in the US.
Oh, no. You do not get to take the easy way out.
I know. But I'm bringing it up because of the thing of, like, they're adding voice acting to it.
Yes.
And by comparison, you know, they're taking this older game and adding voice acting to it and adding a few quality of life things to it. Meanwhile, you have other games that are coming out that are basically removing content.
Any specific examples of that? No doubt you've got something in mind.
Yeah, the biggest one, the biggest one that I have been hearing from people lately is, of course, Tales of Arise, because I like the Tales games.
Yes.
The biggest complaint I'm seeing from everyone is that they are removing multiplayer from Tales of Arise, which has been in all of the past Tales titles. And JRPGs tend to be single-player games. But multiplayer is kind of a feature that helped to keep, stand it out from other JRPGs.
Yes.
And multiplayer is kind of important to some players. Like, you're wanting to get a friend into a series, what's the easiest way to do it? Hey, why don't you play this game with me? I've tried playing multiplayer on Tales before, and I'll admit it's not the greatest, but it can sometimes be fun.
Yeah, the camera issues are usually kind of a problem.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem with multiplayer for Tales.
Especially as the series went 3D and then the battle systems got more complicated. It wasn't just a case of zooming the camera out a bit, like it was in the earlier games. But yeah, good
and
co-op can elevate a lot of things.
And on regards of co-op, I also recently watched somebody do co-op for Tales of Symphonia, and it was really interesting how they were doing it, because all three people were not local to each other. Like, one of them was even in another country.
Oh, was that through Dolphin?
It was through Dolphin, and through sharing their PC screen with them, and some other stuff as well, because when I came across the stream, I was like, how is this possible? Like, how are you pulling this off? And it was really interesting to find out how they were actually managing to make it work. But even then, if I'm not mistaken, I think one of the people involved, it was their first Tales experience, so it was like everyone else who was aware of Tales was kind of helping to bring them along so that they weren't left out.
Yeah.
I thought it was kind of like a wholesome experience, you know? But I do agree with you that just zooming the camera out for a 3D title isn't the solution for fixing a multiplayer game. And sometimes with some multiplayers, it would actually just focus on a single character while everyone else just ran around and you couldn't really see what they were doing, except for maybe seeing the character's elbow or something.
Yeah, the way it ends up feeling like multiplayer was just an afterthought because it's a legacy feature.
But yeah, Tales of Arise is dropping the multiplayer, and it's caused a lot of people to get really upset.
I mentioned back during Halo, when I was doing Halo with Clem, like Halo 5, I've not played Halo 5 yet, I want to work my way through the series before I decided if I'd go for 4 and 5. But I have Halo 5, I bought it super cheap. Because nobody wants it, apparently. It's either that or Microsoft produced so many copies that it's just so easy to pick up.
Which, I mean,
sometimes little column A, little column B. Who knows?
Yeah. But I mean, it's also the thing of if a company makes too many copies, it kind of ends up helping out later on down the line as far as game preservation goes, and having to deal with scalpers and whatnot, so to speak.
But Halo 5 does not have local co-op. It is online only. It is the first game to do that, which is really kind of disappointing. The split-screen co-op was the defining feature of Halo for my childhood. Teenhood.
Your little chrono hood.
Let's not call it that again.
I realized it after I said it. I was like, oh, that does not come off right.
Yeah. what else was there? There was something else I wanted to talk about. Yeah, like over a production of numbers is actually like one of the main causes of the video game crash of '83. A lot of people attribute the failure of E.T. and Pac-Man for the Atari 2600 as being because they were terrible. But it's a case of Atari produced more copies of them than there were actual systems to play them on.
And yeah, that's kind of a problem too.
And then people did take them back, and yeah, they ended up in a landfill in New Mexico.
And then we got to find out that that was actually a true rumor a few years ago.
Yeah, that was crazy. That people actually went and dug them up.
But I do like the thing of, like, there are actually people out there trying to figure out if these rumors are true or not.
There's always an element of interest to the entire consideration. Here's this thing you've heard or you may have seen someone talk about. We're going to find out if it's real or not. It was the entire existence of Mythbusters.
Which is a really good show.
Oh yeah. There's some really cool stuff going on with that, even the stuff that wasn't explosions. Like when, a character in a movie just shoots a lock, and it opens. Like, let's try and do that, and it does not work.
Yeah, I remember one of the episodes they did was, like, trying to figure out if getting slapped would actually sober you up. And they spent, like, pretty much the entire episode trying to get as drunk as possible, and then just having all their friends hit them as hard as possible.
That's pretty crazy.
I think it came about that the answer to that episode was that, like, yeah, it is possible, but it's not going to sober you up as much as the movies make you think it does.
No, sharp shock would likely send adrenaline flooding through your system. But that would be counteracted by the remaining alcohol in your system. You'd get probably a couple of minutes of somewhat more sober attitude, but not actual sobriety.
Yeah, that's basically how it went down.
What do you think of the mannequins?
They're kind of strange, but I think that's, like, what they're supposed to be. Is, like, they're supposed to be weird to you, you know?
Yeah. This guy's weird.
Yeah, this one's really weird.
I need an adult.
I need an adult that is more adult than my teacher, because she was kind of weird too.
You know what? I'll go with the teacher.
Yeah, after that line, I will take the teacher. Please leave me alone. I never want to talk to you again, mannequin. I'm highly uncomfortable. You know how you were talking about, like, getting rid of the merchant in RE4?
Yeah.
I think I would maybe, be okay with that this time. It's like, no, please, it's the apocalypse. I got turned into a demon against my will. Can you not?
Let's see, we have 2 more skills to learn with this, and then I just bought another Magatama that focuses on physical.
Nice.
Downside is we resist fizz, but we're weak to ailments. That actually may not end up being worth it.
Yeah, the weak to ailment side is always a really difficult trade-off.
Yeah. Ah, here we go. Finally, somebody explains what the mantra is. Group of demons based Nikki Bukuro. Well, that was less interesting than I hoped.
everyone just being like, ah, mantra, and then nobody explaining it unless you went inside this door down at the end.
That's SMT for you. Oh hey, stingrays.
Meanwhile, my brain is just like, I hope they aren't mad that we killed, like, their Uncle Fornius.
I hope they are. They can die too.
I'd be like, you need to negotiate with them, get them to join you. It's like, hey, I'm stronger than you. You know how? Because I killed your uncle. And it's like, obviously you joined the strongest side.
Yeah, I should have noticed that the Kagutsuchi was full right now. God damn it. It's so easy to forget the Kagutsuchi actually has an effect. Like, you spend so much time away from the mainline SMT series and you forget, oh yeah, the moon phases matter.
I know, like, as far as, like, moon phases and stuff, I met you because of Digital Devil Saga.
Yes. Which has solar noise, which... I don't even know what that did in the first game.
Honestly, off the top of my head, I cannot remember, so I'm gonna Google that really fast.
So in DDS2, it affected the Berserk state.
Mm-hmm.
The Underground's built like a maze, so it's perfect for a hideout. It's like this is like a straight line. It's a straight line.
Alright, so I found something from 2005? Yes, 2005. What does solar noise do in Digital Devil Saga? At minimum noise, you have a 50% auto recovery on bad status. It ends Stoma Spray and Magic Reed's effect, harder to escape, and of course an ad has to pop up over what I'm reading. Harder to escape battle when you have minimum noise. 6-8 to max noise, you have increase of attack. Max noise would be the highest for your attack increase. And at max noise, it is easier to escape a battle when you're at max noise, and you can sell cells for more at max noise at a vendor.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of the selling the cells.
Yeah, I actually wasn't aware of that either, so that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, that's stuff that probably could have been like done with being explained. The recovery of status effects during max noise, I do remember that.
Mm-hmm.
I think that actually really helped out at a couple of points.
Yeah, and the whole, like, escaping from battle, min noise versus max noise is something I remember.
I wasn't aware of that.
This mannequin still just gives me the creeps.
Is it the movement? The faces?
Yeah.
Weird hair?
I mean, the hair's not really a problem, it's just... I don't know.
Are you being prejudiced again, ChanceEm?
Excuse you.
Cool, this is the way we want to go. Okay.
It's like, it'd be real bad for us if this gate were open, so I'm guarding the gate. It's like, but I want in there.
You're lucky I'm still polite.
See, that's why you're still half demon.
Yeah, we're gonna have to deal with... We'll have to take care of that.
We gotta find our teacher and be like, hey, you only made me half demon. This is lame.
Oh no, teacher had nothing to do with that. That was the little boy.
Well, you gotta find the little boy and be like, hey, you only made me half demon. This is lame.
You only made me half strong enough to survive the new world. Let me see, a Dio for Lilin. And Jack Frost can punch. There we go. Can I recruit this guy? Do I have room to recruit this guy?
I don't know if you have room.
Yeah,
if
let's
you
not
do,
risk
you have
it,
like
actually.
one space.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, did I recruit 2 demons or just 1 since then?
That's something to check status of real quick.
The Shikigami and Sudama.
Yeah, you don't have enough space.
Ooh, a box.
A mystical chest. Yay!
I'll give that to a demon.
And then the demon will leave you, like everything else.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Gonna punch them all.
Meanwhile, I just got a mental image of like the beginning of Digital Devil Saga where your screen just gets covered with the phrase "eat them all" going across it, but instead it just says "punch them all."
So there's the fun fact of you cannot actually name your stream in Twitch as rend, slaughter, devour your enemies.
You can't?
Nope. Twitch will
I'm
not
guessing
allow that.
I'm guessing it's because Twitch is like, ooh, that's violent. We can't have that.
Twitch is lame.
We say as we are on Twitch.
Doesn't change the fact. Yeah, Wapo.
Here we have our party of all fairies, proving that fairies are best.
Yeah, burn them. Burn them all. What is it? Lilim and Jack Frost were both poisoned.
Oof.
Ah, crap. This is the 3rd round. I hate it when SMT does this.
Yeah, it's like you were talking about this with SMT4 earlier. About how like easy it is to just get stuck in a loop in SMT4 because it's like you're in a battle and then you get ambushed and then you get ambushed and then you get ambushed.
We're fortunate in that we haven't actually been ambushed by these guys. Actually, no, I think we were ambushed by the 2nd round, we haven't been ambushed by the 3rd.
Yeah.
I get some good experience for this.
That is very true. Like, when you're trying to level grind, like having the constant round, like the multiple rounds of enemies is very helpful for that.
Disc poison. Probably gonna have to pick more of those up, actually. I was actually thinking, they mentioned, like, by the time you get around to Nocturne, the HD remaster will be out. I was actually thinking, like, should we actually just quietly stop this and wait for the HD remaster?
Quietly stop it, play a little bit of the HD remaster, pick it back up, be like, oh yeah, totally the same game, don't worry guys.
No, if we were going to do that, I'd restart with the remaster, because we wouldn't end up with the same demon layout.
That's very true. Unless you were really good about just paying attention. And hope nobody else notices like one skill or something in the wrong place. Or the fact that, it's voice acted all of a sudden.
Have you noticed this noise for changing the levels on the map?
No, actually. Give me 1 second here. Oh, now I hear it. That's weird.
That is weird.
Because see, I have the mainstream muted, so I'm not able to hear the audio really. So I had to go over and double check the mainstream.
Yeah, we've not been getting the normal battle theme, which I really like. It's the standard to which I hold up all of the normal battle themes in the series.
Yeah, Nocturne has a really good soundtrack.
I think the only other normal battle theme in the series that really kind of matches Nocturne for me is Strange Journey. I really like Strange Journey's normal battle theme.
Yeah, because I was thinking about it. I was like, oh, but Digital Devil Saga. I was like, but to be honest, the battle theme that I feel is really good in Digital Devil Saga is the one where you start as human and it starts really slow.
Yeah, I was really into that when we were doing DDX. It was very much the case of like, okay, we started off as human, it's like quiet, and then by the end, I was like, every time that starts up, and I was like,
yeah.
And I was like, I love that. It's great.
Like, there's just something about some songs that have slow openings, especially if it's timed with the game, that have just that little bit of oomph to it. But they don't tend to be used as a normal theme, especially if it's a battle theme.
SMT is kind of interesting, and this goes for the sub-series as well, in that generally the main battle themes are better than the boss themes. I think like the best example for that is probably Persona 4.
Yeah, I had to think back to it for a moment because my brain went to Persona 3's music first.
Yeah, Mass Destruction is great. But like, I'll Face Myself is great outside of battle. The battle version I don't think is that great. Like outside,
I agree
the outside battle version where it's like that piano version, it's really nice.
Speaking about music in video games and new versions of games coming out and stuff like that. I want to ask a question of how do you feel when a HD version of a game comes out?
I hate it. It needs to stop. No, go on.
Jeez, so angry you can't even let me get my words out. But how do you feel when an HD version of a game comes out and they do a remixed version of the soundtrack? They don't give you the original soundtrack.
Do you have any examples of actual remix? Because if you're gonna turn around and say FF10, that was a rearrangement rather than a remix. And that comes down to personal preference of specific instrumentation.
So, my friend picked up Near Replicant version Pi. Because I don't remember the numbers.
I just call it Near Replicant.
Yeah. I just wanted to throw the number joke in there. But my friend picked up Near Replicant. And I love the original Nier. It is like one of my favorite games of all time. And I noticed as they were running across the main field, because I didn't watch from the beginning, I just ended up like popping into their room to ask them a question, and they were running through the field.
Yeah.
That the music is different. Like, they took the lyrics out of some of the songs in the games, which Nier is known for being a very lyrical, heavy soundtrack. And it feels really weird, like, hearing it without the lyrics in the songs.
And lyrically, the only experience I have with that is Dragon Ball Z Budokai 3. In Europe, the opening for that has lyrics. In the US, it doesn't. And it feels weaker without the lyrics. Without hearing the specific thing with Nier in question, I won't be able to give you a proper answer. But my thought with that kind of thing is they should really offer both. Like FF10, when FF10 10-2 Remaster came out, it was just arranged. And then when they put it on PS4, you got the option of arranged and original.
Huh. That actually makes me tempted to track down a PS4 copy. I almost platinumed Final Fantasy X HD. That was the first time I played Final Fantasy X.
Yeah. It is also the same on Switch, though, if you want to get on Switch.
Oh, okay. I'll keep that in mind. I've been leaning more towards PS4 for certain stuff, because I feel like the PS4 is better on processing.
FF10 plays fine. I have it on both.
Oh, okay.
But I also have it on Vita. Like, if you want to play it portable, you could get it on Vita.
I mean, if I want to play it portable, at that point, I'd just buy the Switch version.
Yeah, being able to just go back to the TV is very convenient.
Mm-hmm. Which is one thing I liked with the PSP, because I actually have the component cable, the official component cable, stuck up to the TV.
Yeah.
I just wish you could resize the screen on your TV. But
the way I have my Vita and PS TV set up, I can transfer the save data pretty easily between the two.
Mm-hmm.
So that's nice.
Yeah. It's also kind of a thing of, as much as I want a PlayStation TV, I don't feel like spending $200 at the moment.
Oh, it's not worth it.
Like, there's other things I would spend $200 on. But, speaking of games like that, and this also ties back to our conversation earlier with Phoenix Wright, and how the, like, clean sprites kind of look really weird and feel like they take away from certain details. When I was setting up my Switch that I just got, the first game I put into my Switch was actually The World Ends With You Solo Remix, or Final Remix.
Where did you get Solo from?
Solo is the name of...
Solo Remix. I thought it's Solar.
Oh, no, I said Solo. My bad. It could have been a little bit of my southern twang coming out. I apologize. But...
Usually only hear that when you talk about y'all.
Y'all?
Y'all.
Oh. I used to have a bunch of friends that were from, like, New York and stuff that would make fun of me for having a southern accent when I was a kid, so I was like, okay, I really need to get better about kind of hiding this.
I wouldn't say you have a southern accent. Like, I'm not really overly
I mean,
educated
it's
on
been over
such.
It's been over a decade since I tried to be like, I need to cut some of it out of my vocabulary.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it's mostly with specific words, like when you say y'all, and it really doesn't feel like you're saying it ironically.
Yeah, I'm not. If I say that, I'm not.
No, everybody's got the speech things that they do that they might wish they didn't. Like, I don't tend to pronounce a lot of T's. And there's a lot of times when I do, when it feels like I'm forcing it and it just sounds unnatural to me.
But getting back to what I was saying, I said solo because Final Remix is actually based off of the
iOS version, yeah.
iOS version that was called Solo Remix. And it was the first game I popped into my Switch, and it was really weird seeing how smooth it was. Like, even the background NPCs walking around are smooth, but to be honest, it kind of looks like all they did was take the individual sprites for those characters and pop them into something similar to like Waifu 2X and just like re-rasterize them or whatever.
Can't say I'm familiar with Waifu 2X.
I know. I knew the moment I was going to say it, there was probably going to be confusion. There's a Japanese website called Waifu 2X that you can upload photographs and artwork to. And using AI, it'll actually resize the photos and artwork to a higher scale while trying to keep the quality the same. Like, I've used it for a few things, because normally if you resize up, you're going to lose quality in your artwork.
Yeah, you start getting the artifacts in.
But this particular website uses AI to kind of reduce how much artifacts you get when you do that.
It's pretty cool what they've been doing with stuff like that. Like, you can see stuff like the FF7 HD mods that people have been doing that basically run that over the backgrounds. The Resident Evil seamless HD mods that do it with the GameCube versions of RE2 and RE3. It can look pretty neat. I think a lot of times they go too far with it. It looks too clean. Especially the FMVs. Like the FMVs for RE2 and RE3 on GameCube, when they run those programs over them, and you've got these PS1 graphic FMVs that are just too clean. Like there should be artifacting on them.
Yeah. Which, that'll go into another... Loki's like, that's my dressing room, stay out! But I'll get more into that here in a moment, because that relates to another thing I wanted to bring up. But getting back to The World Ends With You Final Remix, that's a case of, like, the backgrounds felt way too clean, but at the same time felt kind of like they were just smushed into being a drawing. If that makes sense.
It probably does, but I'd have to actually check Final Remix myself to see what you mean.
But I bring that up because Final Remix actually, it remixed the whole soundtrack, but in the options, it lets you go in and choose if you want to play with the original soundtrack or with the remixed soundtrack, which is really nice.
How is the remix soundtrack? I remember the original soundtrack being pretty good.
Well, I only played like the first day and a half in it because I was just making sure like everything with the Switch ran good and it was set up proper and whatnot.
Yeah.
But the remix soundtrack is okay. I'm still partial to the original because it's nostalgia.
Yeah.
There are certain songs that I know are in solo remix that aren't in the original.
That's weird.
But I need to look into that. There's a few that are actually really good. I know there was something that came out recently. I need to find where. But it basically, Square Enix admitted that it's basically canon that the music you hear in the game is what Neku is listening to on his MP3 player.
Yeah.
Which, oh, now I remember why. Now I remember why that came out as canon. It's because the main group, there's different factions in Neo The World Ends With You, and the faction you play in is called Twisters. And you find out it's because they named themselves Twisters after a popular band that they listened to.
Yeah.
Oh, what was the name of the song the opening song in the first game. It was called Twister.
I probably should go back to The World Ends With You.
Hey, Nicole. I hope you're having a good day.
Hey, Nicole. How you doing? Yeah, I probably should go back to The World Ends With You. I've not really touched it since I beat it. I got it on Switch. I think I ended up getting it cartridge only on eBay. It was like, yeah, no, it's cartridge only. Okay, let me grab it then, pretty cheap.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like Joy-Cons only. Oh, okay, well, you're going in the case. You're one of my, my Switch game cases. And I haven't really touched it since.
Yeah, I managed to get a copy of Final Remix for like $10 last summer. I was like, I didn't have a Switch yet. I didn't have a Switch yet, but I saw it at GameStop used, and it had case and everything, and I was like, $10, hell yeah. So go ahead and get this now.
I ended up grabbing Xenoblade Chronicles 2 for £30 because
nice.
shop owner I knew was just taking them to trade them in at a different shop to get rid of them. I was like, let me see what you got here. I might buy one of them off you. It's like, oh, Xenoblade Chronicles 2, cool, I'll take that. How much do you want it? How much do you want for it? I'll give you a better price than they will on trading. On £30, yeah, sure. That was like 3 years ago. I've still not played Xenoblade Chronicles 2.
When I was looking up stuff to like games to buy recently, because I had some credit I needed to spend at a store, I was very tempted to buy Xenoblade Chronicles 1 Definitive Edition, because I saw it was on sale for $40, but it's also on sale for $40 on a few other sites, so I ended up not getting it. I chose to get Splatoon 2 instead, because I found that on sale for $40 as well, and it was not on sale for $40 at other sites.
That is fair enough.
But,
I'm glad you're doing okay, Nicole. Ah, bitch. These Sudamas with the kamikazes.
Oof. Yeah, I have the original Xenoblade Chronicles on Wii. Yeah, I have the version on Wii. I never played it though. And it's just one of those things of like, I feel at this point, if I'm gonna play it, I just need to get the Switch version.
It's reasonable. I ended up picking up the 3DS version. Because I bought a Vita. I had a Vita for a few years. And I was eventually like, I'm gonna get a 3DS. And it's like, oh, there's 2DS there. It's cheaper because they've removed the 3D. I'm never gonna use the 3D. I'll pick that up. And so before I ended up picking it up, I was like, hey, new 3DS with Xenoblade Chronicles 3D as an exclusive game. I was like, well, I'll wait for that then.
Yeah, that's something I find funny, is that they're like, the 2DS is a flat system and we removed the 3D, and then later on they made the 2DS foldable as well.
I have the new 2DS XL. I wish it was easier to switch memory cards between the systems. Like, use the 2DS XL at home, use my new 3DS out. But you can't do that because, you know, Nintendo doesn't make things convenient.
I do want to pick up another 3DS, because the 3DS I have is the like Ocarina of Time Special Edition 3DS, and I have played a lot of games on that, to the point that the rubber pad on the joystick has actually been falling off, and I've been trying to figure out how to fix it. And I bought a replacement joystick, but, you know, that means I have to take the face pad off, put that on, and with Nintendo systems, that's just a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
But I am like, I should get a new 3DS. I'm like, I should get a new 2DS, because I don't play the 3DS in general. Like, the 3D part of the 3DS.
Yeah.
And There's so many options. Like, Nintendo just makes so many variants of their handheld systems, but I guess now with the Switch, that's not going to really be too big of a problem.
Yeah, you say that.
I say that,
but like, they've already thrown out a lot of different versions of the Switch, which, if you're into that kind of collecting, is a real issue.
Which, they are coming out with a new color of Switch Lite here soon,
shit.
if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they're coming out with like a nice look. Oh. In the arms of an angel.
Our God is an awesome God. He reigns from heaven above with wisdom, power, and love. Our God is an awesome God.
Well, you died.
Yep. To a random encounter that just wanted to be a dick. Welcome to Nocturne. It's a good thing I'd very recently saved.
Yeah, so I was about to say that. I was like, oof. At least it hadn't been that long since your last save.
I don't even remember what I'm doing here. We need to get through here.
We're trying to find a dude so that he can help us get into the assembly of Nihilo.
Yeah, I know that. We have to get through here to do that. Past that gate. And the guy won't let us through the gate.
Oh yeah, the gate.
And I thought the solution was to go to Loki's room, but it won't let us in there yet, so I've missed something. Like, you go in the back way and you fight the demon that's guarding it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I've missed something, I don't know what it is. You got the guide, ChanceEm? You want to bust that out for me?
Sure, I was actually about to be like, should I bust out the guide? Alright, give me a moment. Let me grab this. There it is. Alrighty.
The Magatama.
The funny thing, I flipped right to where it's talking about the assembly of Nihilo, so the guide is like, oh, I see you need my help.
I am probably going to do a bunch of marker grinding off stream at some point.
That's fair. Do you mind pulling up your map for a moment? I did that. You need to speak to the collector mannequin to ask. He wants you to go find a bill, and that'll lead you to Loki.
I thought I'd spoken to all the mannequins.
I was gonna say, if you do you know where the collector mannequin is?
No, I'm probably just going to run through them all again.
Alright. Because I was gonna say, if you don't know where he is, you could pull up your map and I'd be able to tell you.
He is in this area, right?
He is in this area. He's in this area, but in a section of it you don't have on your map. I just realized that part's not filled in on your map. It's
that ladder. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I see what's missing.
Alright. Yep.
So the problem was me not exploring as much as I should.
I mean, with a game like Nocturne, it's easy to kind of lose your way at times.
Yeah, Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition is pretty decent. It's weirdly MMO-like, honestly. But yeah, I've been considering whether or not I want to do it on stream. If I do, I should probably stop where I am. Which was actually around about the point where you see the Smash stage.
Oh, interesting.
Which is huge. Like, it is ridiculously big. Very impressive.
May I recommend a heal? Yeah, I think these guys realized you killed their uncle, so like they're really dealing it out to you now.
Yeah, let that be a lesson to them. But yeah, it like the Gower Plains is huge. I've not actually been there yet. I've just seen it from the plains below, like those two cliffs. I've seen it from below, and it is huge. It's really impressive to look at.
I know a little bit about Xenoblade Chronicles because one of my good friends really likes it, and I popped into their stream once when they were playing, but they were at an area that I was like, oh, I don't want spoilers, so I'm only here to see for like 2 minutes and then pop out. just wanted to stop by, be like, hey, give support, bye.
Yeah.
But I understand what you mean by it's very MMO-like.
Yeah, the combat is really kind of weird. Management of the classes, specific abilities, one person will take the role of a tank to draw all the aggro. It is really weird. There we go.
Here we are.
Hello. Things that have to do with humans. Well, I have these very nice pants.
It's like I'd be able to offer you the rest of my outfit, but it's somehow like dissipated when I got these sweet ass tattoos.
Yeah, the kid mugged me.
Yeah, he was like, I'll give you tattoos if you give me your clothes. I couldn't say no to an offer like that.
It was a really weird deal.
But hey, at least you glow in the dark now.
It's probably going to be a bad thing later on.
Science says glow in the dark is cool, so you're good.
I want a bill. It's a small portrait painted by humans in a greenish colour. Is that what yen looks like? I feel like he's probably talking about dollars. But we're in Tokyo.
Yeah, I was like, we're in Tokyo.
Alright, let's go raid Loki's storeroom.
It's like, you're a demon. I trust you.
Let's be fair, what's he got to lose? If we don't come back, he doesn't have to do anything. If we do come back, he gets the bill. And then he just has to tell the gatekeeper to open the gate. That's
true. It's a win-win for him.
And it's not like me killing him accomplishes anything. Gatekeeper's still gonna have the gate shut.
I was gonna say, you're gonna give the bill to him and gonna find out it's actually an Infinity Stone.
Ah yes, the Money Stone. Hit them.
But speaking of games with MMO feelings, this ties back to... Yes, .hack. This ties back to what we were talking about earlier about like images with artifacts and stuff like that in them. Watching my friend play through the beginning of .hack Infection the other night, you can definitely tell like that's an early PlayStation 2 game because it definitely has that very like kind of grainy feel to it.
Yeah.
And with early 3D games, I feel like if you're gonna do remasters, those are definitely the games to go for remasters. Truth be told, me personally, I don't see why a game like Skyward Sword is getting an HD remaster, aside from the fact that you're gonna be able to play it without motion controls.
I mean, the way they should have offered it to begin with.
I agree, but like there's certain games. There are just certain games that's like I don't understand why they're getting an HD remaster and like another game like this isn't. But at the same time, there's also like some type of, at least for me, there's like some type of nostalgia quality for lower res games like that.
Yeah. Well, I've spoken before, like during Skies of Arcadia and Digital Devil Saga, there's just something about the dungeon design of RPGs from this era that hasn't really been replicated since.
Yeah. It's like once we hit HD, so like PS3, Xbox 360 era, it feels like a lot of JRPGs kind of, I hate using this word, but I'm gonna go ahead and use it. It feels like they got lazy in a sense. Like, I know you popped into one of my Tales of Berseria streams at one point and we're like, wow, this looks like Zilla.
Yeah.
And it's like, wow, the series really hasn't changed in that regard in, like, nearly a decade. Because Tales of Zilla was the 15th anniversary game. And Tales of Berseria was technically the 20th anniversary game. But that complaint is still actually being given towards various aspects of what's been shown in the Tales of the Arise gameplay video.
Yeah.
And it's also kind of funny because people are like, Tales of Arise looks like an early PS3 game, and I'm like, alright, if you're getting to that level, we definitely didn't watch the same video, because Unreal Engine and Unity and all that is like, it's definitely not looking like an early PS3 game. But as far as like the movement and dungeon design, that's where I'll agree that it looks like early PS3 Tales title.
Yeah.
And it's not just Tales that falls into that. It's also like other JRPGs fall into that problem too. It just feels like with the PS2 era, at least, PS2, GameCube, original Xbox era, that they were a lot more creative with their limited assets.
I think it ties back to something I do mention every now and then. Part of why PS2 generation is something I'm always super interested in, because I feel like this was the last generation where you could get these bigger budget games, or games that had higher production values, that would do something weird, that would do something risky.
Mm-hmm.
Which almost completely disappeared in the PS3 generation, and has kind of made a reappearance in the PS4 generation, but it's not the big budget games that do that now, it's the weird ones, the B-list games, the side tier, like the lower tier games.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of it has to do with production costs. Profit margins, having to try and make sure every game sells a lot of money because they cost a lot of money to make.
Mm-hmm. It's like the higher the quality, the more money it costs to make.
Yeah.
And like you were saying, these like side games, these B games, they're more willing to take risks because they're basically at the point of like, well, if we lose, we lose. It's not like we don't have like a series that we're tied to or anything special like that.
Yeah, if we sell 500,000 copies, that's a profit. We don't need to sell 5 million.
Yeah. Which I know I keep bringing up Tales of the Arise, and it's mainly because that's like what I've seen so many complaints about this last week. To the point of like, I saw so many complaints to the point that I was almost like, wow, y'all are never happy. Now I kind of want to buy the game at launch just so I can figure out what the hell is making y'all so mad before launch. But like, something that was being stated for Tales of the Arise, good job, Self. Tales of Arise is that, and now I feel stupid because my brain just like hit a wall.
ChanceEm has encountered an error and needs to shut down.
Yep. Oh, that's what it was. People were complaining that because this is a reboot in the series, that if it doesn't sell well, then Tales will never be sold again in the West. And I feel, and people were talking about how, oh, it's really selfish if you don't want to buy the game, because you don't like it, because you can't be a
dumb argument.
You can't be a true fan if you don't buy the game that you don't like. But it's also this thing of like, I don't understand why people feel that we need to we need to buy games that we don't like just to make sure that there are more games that come out that could potentially create more games we don't like.
Yeah.
Like, you're not supposed to reward bad behavior, you know?
No, it's the whole thing of like supposed to vote with your wallet. And you vote with your wallet that you don't like this kind of thing. And the people who make these arguments are always so fucking dumb about it. Oh yeah, they didn't make another one of these games because we didn't support them enough. It's like, we didn't support them because we didn't like what they were doing.
Yeah. Which, speaking on, like, not wanting to support what a company is doing because you're not liking what they're doing, there's like 3 or 4 special collector editions for Tales of Arise, and that's something I really don't like in the video game industry.
Yeah, I remember when Watch Dogs did that kind of thing. And people gave Watch Dogs shit for it, and, you know, rightfully so. You had to buy it from like a dozen different places to get everything that came with it. It's like, that's not consumer friendly.
Yeah, like, some people I'm seeing are like, oh, I'm just gonna buy 2 different collector editions. And I'm like, it's your own money, but when each collector edition is going for like $130 to $190, it's like,
You're
excuse me?
Well, you're dumb. You're dumb for doing that.
But it is, like, really frustrating because as far as newer games go, it reminds me of, like, oh.
Berserk.
Rip.
It's causing real trouble.
Yeah, I was like, this troll is being a little bit of a pain. But it reminds me of this meme I saw years ago that I always think of in regards of like how the game industry has kind of changed over the years. And it shows like back in the day like what a game was, and you see this full burger. And then nowadays you see a burger and it's like you get the patty. That's the game. You get the patty. If you want the bun, you want the lettuce, you want the cheese, you want the ketchup, you want all that, it's like, this is DLC, this is a pre-order from this store, this is a pre-order from another store, this is only in the collector's edition, and it's like, it's really absurd that that's how games are nowadays.
Yeah, I've seen that. And on one hand, you want to feel like that is exaggerating, but on the other hand, a lot of it holds true for a lot of things. There we go.
Yay, the troll is defeated. The troll under the bridge is dead.
Only gave me 100 XP, that cheap bastard.
Of course a troll would be cheap. But it is, like, it's just really frustrating because the game industry is kind of heading in a way, at least, you know, in the US and Europe. I'm not so sure about how it is in Japan. I feel like they are a little bit nicer about it in Japan, considering that they actually care about, like, their voice actors or the, like, stuff like that.
I think the voice actor thing ties into the animation industry more than the video game industry. And it's just kind of a crossover effect.
But, it's just kind of this really frustrating thing of where, I suppose the better way to put it would be the English side of the video game industry is heading and going, is currently at. Where they really are, like, they don't care about the consumer because they know that they're going to get money anyways.
Oh, first fusion of the game.
Hey! What we getting?
We're getting the spaghetti one.
The snake dog. Spaghetti dog. The spaghetti dog to go with our spaghetti creature to go with our spaghetti network.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Like, it's hard to feel passionate about gaming when the industry is so rife with just, like, blatant extortion at times.
Mm-hmm.
And the industry itself is not particularly great to the people who work in the industry. Huh. Interesting.
I just had a realization about something.
It's rife with abuse and stuff, and then there's the exploitative business practices, which far too often are aimed at children these days.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I've talked about it in the past. The kid that racked up $16,000 on the Sonic Forces mobile game. Because, like, the kid didn't realize that what he was, like, playing with in game was actually, like, coming out of his mom's, like, credit card. Yeah. And by the time they figured out where it came from, the mom wasn't able to get a refund because, like, they were like, oh, you waited too long to get your cash back or whatever from it.
And, like, people can say, well, don't give your kid that. Don't have the credit card tied to your phone. It's like, do you know how hard it is to actually get the, like, remove your card from your Google Play account? They hide that behind so much shit. Inugami. And you also have to ask the question of why is there this mobile game aimed at kids with these microtransactions?
Yeah, like, I know there was a thing a while back where they're like, oh, we're banning loot boxes because it's actually a form of gambling. And then you have all these mobile games that people know that parents will, like, hand the phone to their kids to keep them entertained while they're out grocery shopping or while they're out, like, doing errands that they need to do, but they have no one to watch their kids. And, like, what are kids gonna do? They're gonna do whatever they can to play the version of the game that is most enjoyable to them. It's not like every one of them knows what a microtransaction is.
And so many of these things are set up so you basically have to spend money. Did you ever see the mobile version of Tales of Fantasia?
I actually did not. I'm surprised. This is the first I'm hearing of it.
Bamco released it in the West. It was free to play.
Huh.
It was set on the hardest difficulty. You couldn't change that. It was on the hardest difficulty. And the idea was basically the game will eventually push you to spend real money on experience boosters. Because it'll break you, because it's on like the hardest difficulty. You can't get it anymore, they took it off the store.
I mean, that's very fair. So I just googled this, and it says the mobile version of Tales of Fantasia is actually a port of the PSP re-release that hit Japan in 2006. The game tells the story of Kless, or Cress, and...
I'm gonna say Cress.
Yeah, I prefer Cress. Alright, let me look more into this. Back in January of 2014, Bandai Namco, I always shorten it to Bamco in my head, released an iOS version of their 16-bit era RPG, Tales of Fantasia, for free. As of August 28th, 2014, the app and associated services were pulled from the App Store. It didn't even last a full year. And now another Tales mobile game that didn't last a full year.
Is Crestoria gone already?
No, Crestoria is still up. There was a global version of Tales of the Raids that was pulled after 6 months.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was referencing. Tales of Crestoria is having its own issues at the moment, though. Mostly, they implemented quality of life stuff that like made the game really fun, and then they immediately decided to no longer use those in the events, which events are what keep you intrigued in between the story releases.
Yeah.
So it kind of became a thing of people were just like, well, I have no interest in playing the game in between when the story drops. And it's like, yeah, that's gonna kill your game.
I know.
Hey, Sina, how are you doing?
You just in time to see the first wall of Nocturne. I'm gonna go back and save before this.
Yeah, I was like, that would be a really good idea to save.
I mean, the only thing we'd have to redo is talking to the collector again. But, you know, I don't really want to do that.
Yeah, depending on how much this wall might kick our ass, it'd be the best thing
it's
to
gonna
just
kick
like
our
reduce
ass.
how much.
We're not set up for it.
Yeah, it'd be best to just save and make sure you don't have to deal with any cutscenes again.
Hey, Mada, how you doing? You doing okay?
Hey,
I'm glad you're doing okay.
I'm doing my best. I appreciate that, Sina. As far as like random things in my life going on, at the beginning of this week, I decided to plant a bunch of seed kits that I have bought over the last like 2 years, and didn't realize just how many I'd actually bought over the last 2 years, and just kept. I just kept forgetting to actually plant them, and then it would end up being like summer and fall, and I'm like, well, it's too late to plant these. Guess I'm not doing them. But I planted them at the beginning of this week, and it's kind of funny because the day I planted them, it actually snowed where I lived. So it was like, oh, well, they're not going outside. So I've been trying to like take care of them inside, and my cucumber plants and my cosmos sprouted last night. So I have little sprouts of those at the moment.
Gansu was playing Stardew Valley in real life.
But that's my life this week. And meanwhile, back to our programmed violence here on twitch.com or twitch.tv/Mechachrono.
Bookmark it, twitch.tv/Mechachrono, where all the best violence happens.
Except the only violence that doesn't happen is Ren slaughtering and devouring your enemies.
Not anymore. Maybe some point in the future.
Twitch says no to that.
Yeah, I mentioned that during, I think during the DDS stream at some point, that Twitch would not let me call the streams Ren Slaughter Devour Your Enemies. That was back when I used to, like, use a quote from the game as the title of the stream. Now it's just like Nocturne Session 3 featuring ChanceEm. It's a lot more sterile.
Yeah. I mean, like, sometimes you just can't think of what you're actually going to accomplish during that stream, though. I mean, last night playing Animal Crossing, I was just Animal Crossing, day 2. Yay!
I think the one I had for Arkham City last night wasn't bad, though. The Day the Laughter Died.
That's a good title. Like, if you've been through a game, like, multiple times before, it's easy to come up with a name for it, but other than that, when you're sitting here, like, trying to remember stuff that happens in a game that it's been a while since you've played it, it's like, ooh, I don't know what I'll actually accomplish this time. Or, like, if you're going through a game blind, it's like, what am I actually gonna do?
What do you think, left or right?
My instinct is always to go left, and then if I hit a wall, then go right. Unless I feel I'm going too far into progression, and then I end up going right because I want to try and investigate everything.
Uh-huh.
But basically, I always go left and then circle back around.
Alright.
We take 2 steps left and you get into a battle.
No, I knew it was going to happen. The radar was going off.
Mm-hmm.
That is something I do appreciate about SMT games. The radar that warns that random encounters are coming up.
Yeah, excuse me. I do very much appreciate that. It does make it easier to, like, plan for certain stuff. I think that's a part of why I do enjoy games that have, like, the enemies on the map. Like Persona, for instance.
I have mixed feelings about that kind of thing. It always feels like you're obligated to go after the enemies in that regard.
Yeah, like, you're obligated to go after the enemies if you're wanting to grind. But if you're just kind of like, oh, I just want to get to the next section, then you have a higher possibility of being able to avoid them.
Well.
Oh! Didn't even get to the wall yet.
Nope. I know I shouldn't have used
when you
Berserk a second time.
I'm guessing when you load, we should probably go right, because left killed you.
This game.
2 deaths on this stream. 2 deaths.
Yeah, the number was going to increase the further we got in. Like the number per stream.
Mm-hmm.
It was inevitable. Yeah, let's do this. Do this!
Alright, here we go. Round 2, everyone. Or I suppose round 4 at this point, since we've died 3 times.
I'm sick of these manta rays.
Yeah, these are definitely not the manta rays you usually see in the touch pools at aquariums. These are more sinister manta rays.
And the poison.
Yes. I take it back, you don't normally see manta rays in touch pools, you typically see cow nose rays.
And these motherfuckers have Medea.
Oh my god. I hate it when enemies can heal themselves. It's like, it literally is like that double standard of like, no, I'm the protagonist, only I can heal myself. You are an enemy, you're not allowed to heal.
It's like, you get enough advantages as it is.
Still, like, never gonna be over that one boss in Digital Devil Saga 1 where it's like, oh, I get 7 turns, and you're just sitting there like, you get how many turns?
And then I tried to negate that by, what was it, repelling or absorbing whatever it was using.
Yeah.
And its response was, "Oh, you're gonna do that? Okay, let me just spam my Mudoon."
Yeah. It's like, no, why? Why is this? Why are you programmed like this?
It's amazing that didn't break me.
I'm actually very
Like
surprised.
fucking Meganada broke me. That didn't break me.
Yeah.
We were so close with Meganada. We were under 1,000 hit points.
Mm-hmm.
It was bullshit. Showed him though.
Yeah, I found it really amusing that earlier on in that game you're like, oh, I'm glad we're not fighting him. I'm just like, oh no. It's like famous last words.
Oh, what's that? We are fighting him? Okay. Oh, what's that? The boss is a dick? Okay, let me go and out-dick this boss.
3 streams later.
No, that was only like 1 stream. I did all the grinding off screen for that. That was like the first of off-stream grinding.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, Mega Nanda is like one of the biggest walls in the Digital Devil Saga duology.
Fittingly enough, it's the penultimate boss.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason it was the only reason the final boss had any kind of real challenge to it was because it was like 7 phases.
Yeah, I had to think for a moment. I was like, is it? It's close to that.
It's more than 4.
Yeah, I think it's 5 phases, give or take.
I don't have any more Death Poisons.
Rip.
Does somebody have Poison Moody? I don't know. I purposely nerfed myself for that final boss as well. Ah, shit.
Oh.
Yeah, I knew that they absorb force because they already did it in this fight.
Well, there goes High Pixie.
Wow. Jack Frost. And Fire Breath. I would appreciate it if one of these things would die. It's like you step through a gate and the game's like, oh, you're through the gate now? Alright.
Yeah, we're talking about a wall, but the gate was not the wall we were talking about. I was gonna say, these enemies look like an elephant bred with a coconut.
Yeah, I've never been fond of the design. I've always thought it's kind of dumb.
Yeah, these ones just, they look weird. I have no idea how you survived that, but may I suggest a heal possibly?
No.
We're gonna go at this like true men.
I'm gonna use Berserk.
You cannot use Berserk.
Well, let me use Berserk.
You have 1 HP, Chrono. It's like regrettably uses medicine only to like lose half of what you just healed.
Yeah. Oh, this game.
This game. Now you're down to 9.
Oh, we got something.
Wow. Also, I do want to point out here, before you heal yourself, Because I'm not sure if we pointed it out in a past stream, but the fact of when you are low HP, that you glow red instead of blue.
I thought you were going to point out that we have an injured state on the overworld.
Mm-hmm.
I need to go back and get disc poison.
I just think it's an interesting detail because not a whole lot of games do that. Like have a specifically like different animated state for your character when they're injured.
It is pretty interesting detail. That's Paralardi. No, Hypixie does have Poised Moody.
I like how it just has like the Snapchat looking bar across them being like dead. Meanwhile, like Hypixie is just floating in the background being like, stop telling everyone I'm dead.
Sometimes I can still hear her voice.
Can't hear Sudama though.
And it was
the poor
so
little
young.
ball. The poor little ball with random arms.
Alright, well, let's go back. I really should hit the shop and get some disc poisons.
Yeah, that was like 3 steps through the gate.
Yeah. Well,
some shopping to celebrate.
Welcome to the Shin Megami Tensei experience.
But congrats, didn't die even though you had 1 on that one turn.
This car's breaking up.
It is?
Keep speaking.
You say keep speaking, and then immediately I'm like, I don't remember what, like, I don't know what to say.
That sounds fine.
Alright.
Yeah, it was going weird for a minute there. Alright, let me, cross the River of Death. To the shop.
Hey, at least we have a shop down here. Oh god, it's this dude.
Yep.
It's like, I'm like, yay, the shop, and I'm like, oh no, 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 no.
We're not that far in the game, and I feel like we could really do with having diorama already.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like Dia just isn't cutting it already.
Yeah, all the demons are just all like, oh, hey, fuck boy. You ready to get beat? It's like, oh dear.
My mom says I'm powerful.
Alright, we gotta go back to Ginza now.
Yeah, it's Lady of the Font. Lady of the Fount. My only friend.
I was gonna say, Lady of the Font, what is she? Gonna teach us how to write in papyrus?
Comic Sans.
I know Comic Sans gets a lot of shit, and as, like, when I was in college, I was taking a few graphic design classes, and I remember my graphic design teachers being like, don't use Comic Sans. And something interesting I found out, and one reason why Comic Sans was so, like, so appreciated and why people liked it is that for people who have dyslexia, Comic Sans is actually a really good font for them.
That's an interesting point. It's not as uniform.
Mm-hmm. The letters, like the kerning is different, the style of the letters, they're all different enough that it helps combat dyslexia issues. However, it was very stigmatized because it was used so much, and it was partially used so much because people thought it was fun and hip and, you know, modern, so to speak.
Yeah. Have you seen the Silent Hill HD collection?
No, I have not. Like, as far unless you were playing from it, no.
No, I did Silent Hill 2 from the PS2.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Because all the Silent Hills I've seen were on PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2.
Silent Hill 2, in the beginning when you're running to Silent Hill, there is a sign that says Silent Hill Ranch. In the HD version, for some reason, that sign is in Comic Sans.
See, that's one of the things where I'm just like, Comic Sans is not the font I would expect for a ranch sign. Like, that just seems really out of place.
Yeah, like, it wasn't the font in the original. The really dumb thing, like, okay, so something's gone wrong here and we need to reproduce this sign. Let's use Comic Sans.
Like, that's one thing of, like, if you're having to repair, like, make something, because if I remember correctly, wasn't the story with the Silent Hill collection the fact that they did not have all of the original files? Like, they just handed off all the files to somebody and they weren't complete, so they were just like, oh shit, we have to remake half of this.
Yeah, Konami lost the source code at some point, so the company that was making the HD collection had to work off beta code. Although, interestingly enough, Bluepoint, who got a lot of positive reception for their work on the Metal Gear Solid HD collection, which was with Konami, and then the God of War HD collection, and then like they started just remaking games. They stated like they never use source code. They go off retail discs and then reverse engineer them so that they can be sure that what they're doing is the full final experience that consumers had.
That's actually a rather smart idea on it. And it kind of surprises me because, like, I know as far as, like, other companies losing source code and stuff, you have the infamous thing of... Well, two infamous things. One, that the entirety of Kingdom Hearts 1 HD had to be built from the ground up because Square Enix just didn't have the source code for it.
Yeah.
And two, the thing of Nintendo have, like, the one Mario game that they were selling was apparently actually a ROM that they downloaded from somewhere because somebody's name was in the code.
Yeah, it was one of the Mario games on the Wii Virtual Console. I remember that. They just downloaded the ROM from the ROM site.
Yeah, and it's interesting that, like, you have companies doing stuff like this instead of just, why don't they just take a copy of their own game and reverse engineer it from that? Because then they know that is...
It takes effort, like, they'd have to pay people to do it, and they want to get these things out for a quick cash-in.
Yeah, but I mean, like, in regards of, like, Kingdom Hearts 1, the rumor for that of, like, they had to rebuild Kingdom Hearts 1 from the ground up because they had lost the files. Or had lost the code for it. It's like, in that regard, why didn't they just reverse engineer it off the disc?
It's a good question.
For a game that was on the NES and SNES in regards to Mario, I can understand why they would go to a ROM site and download it from there, because games are so small that it would basically take you just 5 minutes to find a ROM site, download it, and bam, you have it.
Yeah. The flames of the candelabrum of sovereignty are flickering wildly. Oh, fuck this shit.
Oh, no.
What's down the other way?
So, we don't go left. We've died going left like twice now, and then we entered that room, and that was that. So, left is... Oh, left is the answer.
Yeah, going right's a dead end.
Well, shit.
Ah, shit, a back attack.
Left is just out to kill us. Holy
it really
crap.
is. Like, oh, I didn't realize that the gate was literally the wall the game needs you to push through.
Yeah, I didn't think that was the case.
Weak twice, quick, punch it.
Yep.
If only Jack Frost was faster.
If only. It's like, we need you to eat your, like, agility O's, buddy. Need you to be a little bit quicker here.
Stop being a chunky bitch. Okay. Alright, so let's throw down some more healing. I am really gonna have to do a bunch of grinding off stream for money, healing items. It's like, oh, Lifestone heals HP moderately. Oh, it fucking doesn't.
Too bad you aren't playing this on a system that has DLC, because, you know, maybe you could just spend the money and buy, like, lots of healing items with real money.
Well, we talk about that, and how Nocturne HD Remaster has the DLC that gives you... Oh yeah, no, go into this place and kill some enemies and you drop items that give you experience. Which is what they did with 4 and 4 Apocalypse. The thing with that is, like, hey, what's the hardest part of SMT4? Naruku, the opening. Like, the first 7 hours or so. Okay. The DLC that gives you the stuff that just gives you the experience, what is that balanced for? Oh, that's balanced for like 15 hours into the game. Oh. So to beat any of those enemies that drop the experience-giving items, yeah, you need to have played about 15 hours to be strong enough to do it. Oh.
It's like, that's awkward.
It wouldn't surprise me if they do that again with Nocturne HD.
Be like, you can't actually, like, level grind to get this stuff until you meet the mannequins.
Yeah, what do we got? The Grim Reaper. Up ahead, up ahead. Well, at least they warn you.
Oh, buddy.
So, who in the chat does not know what's coming up? Sina probably doesn't. Because he a buster. He's not really a buster, but he a buster.
Yeah, Sina says, not a clue.
Yeah. He's a buster. Well, going right's a dead end again. Alright.
See? This is why you always go left.
That a fact.
My JRPG logic has not failed.
I can feel the presence of a terrifying demon. The flames of the candelabrum beckon me to the battlefield. I do not know who you are, but if you have a candelabrum, it is our destiny to fight. Let us duel to the death within my realm where no one can interrupt us.
Yep, it got pulled into the pizza gate.
The true enemy was a floor master all along. Only one of us will escape this domain alive. The victor shall claim the loser's candelabrum and return in triumph. You hold the candelabrum. Then, like me, you must be seeking supreme power. That I cannot allow. Only the greatest warrior is worthy of such power. It is meant for our master swordsman, one who, amidst blood and applause, has put an end to countless lives. That warrior is I, Matador. It is unfortunate that we have no spectators. I believe this will be an excellent show regardless, as you and I contend for the candelabra. I'm sorry to say, but it seems you're rather weak to be in possession of a candelabrum. You should give it to someone more deserving, like myself. But since it's unlikely that you'll heed my advice, I'ma fucking kill you! I swear by my sword and capote that I will once again prove victorious! Now let the battle begin!
Hey, Clem. How are you doing today?
Charge me with all your strength. Your horns cannot pierce my soul.
Alrighty. On guard, fuckboy.
He talked for longer than I expected. I should have picked a better voice for that.
You doing okay?
I'll be fine. Probably won't be after the stream, but we'll have to deal with that. Alright, defense boost. This is the Fiend boss music. It only plays for the Fiends.
Now that Clem is mentioning it, I need to actually like pop over the stream and check the audio.
So, I mentioned this in the Discord, but Nocturne is a game that really makes you like appreciate buffs and debuffs. And this is the point where it really pushes that into you.
Speaking of our conversation earlier with like the DLC with SMT4 and how it's only really active once you're 15 hours into the game, if Nocturne does something similar, I'd guess that it would be like, oh, you have to get past this dude first. Oh, well, that's a turn.
Yep.
This guy really does say on guard, fuckboy.
Pretty much. Yeah, this is where the game really brings out its big guns. This is not a fight you will win through strength or grinding.
And rip.
Yep, there it is. Give it a second, let the chat catch up before I actually post the death. So the way this actually works is the intention is that you build a specific team to fight Matador with. Deal with it. Which means, like Digital Devil Saga, the way we dealt with bosses in Digital Devil Saga was to go into the fight with the expectation to die. To learn what the boss was going to do and then build a counter. And that is still very much true for Nocturne. It's a little more complicated because we don't have the mantra system of Digital Devil Saga. Which means we need to go away and build up a demon team to deal with all of that. And with him using primarily Force, we, at the very least, want to be able to nullify that.
Yeah, that is what's kind of more frustrating with Nocturne, is like, and why I do enjoy the mantra system in DDS, and why I partially feel like DDS is kind of like your in-between game to play between like Persona and mainline SMT.
It is a lot friendlier with that, yeah.
It's a lot friendlier with your skills and building them.
Plus the fact that you can go into the mantra system and any skill you've already acquired you can pull back out.
Mm-hmm.
So
Meanwhile,
he begins...
this game is just all like... Go ahead.
No, you go on.
I was just gonna say, meanwhile, this game is just like, oh, you want to do that again? Well, time to relearn.
So he begins with an ability that maximizes his accuracy and evasion.
Mm-hmm.
Which means Sukukaja is not... No, Sukunda is not going to do us so much good. Sukukaja probably will. Buff our accuracy and evasion in response. If there's one thing you don't want to do with the press turn system, it is miss.
Yeah, missing is awful. Because basically it's just like, goodbye to the rest of your turn.
Yeah, it's like, we're not bringing Inugami in there. Weak to force. Nezuchi, good. Draining force, which means Nezuchi can stay for a while.
Coconut Elephant is actually good for something.
Sudama resists force. That's not a nullification, it'll just take less damage, it won't affect the press turn system.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's all we have.
So we got the bouncy ball with arms and the coconut elephant.
Pretty much.
Oh boy.
And so this is the hard wall. We now have to go away and make a team that can deal with it, which includes us.
Yeah, because we have to keep us on the team.
Which is where the Magatama system comes in.
Mm-hmm. We have, like, no Magatama that's really applicable.
No, there is one. The shopkeeper in the mannequin village, one of the ones he's selling is force-based.
Ooh. It sounds like that's gonna be some Maka that you kind of need for that, though.
Yeah, we're gonna need a lot of Maka. It's almost full Kagetsuchi, though. Can I get to the cathedral before the end of full Kagetsuchi? So if I can, we can do a sacrificial fusion. See what we can get from that.
Ooh.
The compendium hasn't been introduced yet. Is the compendium in this game, or am I completely thinking of something else?
I need to double check that. The demonic compendium is indeed in this game.
I thought it was.
It was first introduced in this game, actually.
When does it become available? It's weird that it's not available yet.
Let me look more into this.
Alright, let me see. Shikigami. That's not helpful.
It says that you should already have access to the compendium.
That's weird.
It says that you get it when you go to the Cathedral of Shadows.
Yeah, the Cathedral of Shadows seems pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, other than that, I don't really know where it's hiding.
I thought we should have it by now. It's been too long.
Yeah, based off of what I saw, it said that you should already have it.
Without the
Puts
compendium,
ultimacy as castle
we've got a real problem.
Yeah. Because the compendium is definitely a game changer.
That reminds me, I didn't put the death in. There we go. So this is something that I do want to do during this playthrough. You've collected all the Magatama with time to carry out our mission. Back to the cathedral once you've collected all the Magatama.
Ah, you do want to find all the Magatama.
Yes. There is a good reward for it.
Ah. Oh, okay. So I found another answer, and apparently the first answer I found for this was incorrect.
Okay.
It says the demonic compendium does not become available until you reach Ikebukuro. Yeah, that.
That is weird that it waits that long, because that is past Matador.
Yeah. Because the person who was asking the question about this was just like, "Hey, I'm at Matador. When am I getting this?"
This one might not be. I'll need to gain another level for it. Lilim and Shikigami. Alright.
I like that you can get Fornius, and it's just like, oh hey, we killed one of you guys a while back.
Fornius isn't a bad demon to have, honestly. What is my status? I need 1004 experience. I'm going to be doing some off-screen grinding.
Just a little.
In particular, I really need the money. So have you heard any of the specifics of the Merciful difficulty that is in the HD remaster?
No, actually, I have not.
There's been some jokes calling it Kotaku Journalist difficulty, but apparently it is actually really ridiculously easy.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Alright, now I gotta Google this. So interestingly enough, I Google Nocturne HD Merciful, and it pulls me to the Steam page for it.
I don't get why they're putting that as free DLC. Like, it's free, why not just bundle it with the game?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't understand why it's like, oh yeah, you can get this free DLC. It's like, why don't you have it on the disc or cartridge then? Like, what is the point?
Zuchi and Sudama.
There's only a few, like, free DLC, quote-unquote, things that I'm like, okay, that makes sense to not have on a disc, because, like, something with the Switch Online, which I just, activated my Switch Online this morning so I could play Animal Crossing with a friend. Once you activate Switch Online, you get access to a variety of DLC for various games that you're able to download for free, but it's hidden behind the Switch Online thing.
That's dumb.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree. It is kind of dumb, but out of all of the now online, having to pay to be online things, Switch only being $20 a year isn't that bad compared to other stuff.
I think it wouldn't be that bad if it felt like we were getting any kind of value out of it. 30-year-old NES and Super Nintendo games, I don't feel is enough value. I would really rather they just gave us the Virtual Console again.
I do agree. I wish we could just get the Virtual Console again. Like, I don't understand why they didn't take the Wii U shop and just move it over to the Switch shop. And let alone, I'm surprised they don't have GameCube games digitally.
Like, I don't understand. Oh yeah, no. Here are NES games. You get an extra 4 NES games a month for a year, and then they add the Super Nintendo, and they've not added anything since. And no new system since. And it's like, yeah, we're never going to get to GameCube. I'll be very surprised if it gets to N64.
Yeah, I feel that. Like, I just don't understand, like, out of everything, how much money Nintendo would rake in if they just gave us, well, N64 as well, but GameCube. Like, GameCube is the main system everyone is wanting.
Nintendo have proven time and again that all the things they could do to make money, they have no interest in doing. Consider the limited stocks of Amiibo and the NES Mini, the Super Nintendo Mini. Most of the money that was made from that would not have been from Nintendo.
Alright, so I read about the merciful difficulty, and on one hand, okay, cool, I know not everyone can actually experience a game on a difficulty. And it is nice to be able to have accessibility for everyone, but it does seem kind of silly to have it in a game that is known for being difficult.
Adding accessibility to a game like this, I can understand. It's a really cool game that everybody else is going to be capable of experiencing it at its design difficulty. Have you got a list of the specific changes Merciful makes?
Surprisingly, the Steam page does not list the specifics, so let me see if I can find something.
Yeah, we're playing this on PS2. Welcome to the stream, Wontong. I want to check how much that Magatama was.
It looks like I might have to use the Megami Tensei fan wiki to actually get any information about what the merciful difficulty is. It's kind of ridiculous how, like, you're trying to find all these articles, and the articles just give you paragraphs after paragraphs that don't actually answer anything.
It's all just copy-pasting information from press releases.
And then you go over here, and it's like, you have fans that are just like, oh yeah, here you go, we've actually compiled it for you. Alright, let's see.
Alright, how much was the Force Magatama?
I do not remember.
I feel like it was 4,000. It's 4,000.
So would you say it's 4,000?
No.
I'll see myself out.
Yeah, you do that. You go back into that grave.
There we go, just taking yet another one. Just another scoop.
Alright, how much experience and money did these guys give me?
Alright, so I don't see anything that says what merciful difficulty actually entails. All I have found here is a list of what the HD remaster, like what all has changed to it.
Go ahead, share that if you want.
Yeah. Well, it's a part of the fandom wiki, so I'll go ahead and read it though. But the HD remaster that's coming out on May 25th, it's going to include English and Japanese voice acting. As we were just saying, it has a merciful difficulty mode, which is added as free DLC, which doesn't make sense why you have to download it to get it, but I digress. You can change the difficulty at any point in time in the game. A quick resume option is added, where you can quit the game at any point and then resume right where you left off when you boot up the game.
I did find something separate that does confirm that's basically a quick save. It'll be deleted once you load it up.
Ah, alright.
It's not save anywhere. It's a suspend save.
Ah. The ability to choose skills during fusion was added, as well as simplifying random skill selection. This was originally added in the 1.02 patch of the game on December 23rd, 2020, in the Japanese version.
I keep seeing a lot of press releases talking about how the Western version is going to include the 1.01 and 1.02 patches, and like, that shouldn't be news. They should include that. That shouldn't be something to comment on.
Yeah, like, it's a thing of, like, you would hope it would include patches. They're like, here, no, we'll just give you a buggy version of the game without these patches. Dante was given the Pierce ability, giving him complete skill parity with Raito. Dante himself became paid DLC, however. DLC for EXP and Maka grinding is added. And, finally, SMT1, SMT2, SMT4, and 4 Apocalypse tracks are added as DLC.
I'm not overly happy about that, especially the ignorance of Strange Journey. Strange Journey soundtrack's great. I love the Strange Journey battle theme.
See, one thing I know is that, like, I always feel weird when people leave Strange Journey out when they're talking about, like, 1, 2, 4, 4 Apocalypse. Because I remember when Strange Journey was,
it was
being advertised.
Yeah, the working title was SMT4.
The working title for Strange Journey was SMT4.
Let's do Quapo. Yeah, Strange Journey has a great soundtrack. I'd love to do Strange Journey Redux at some point.
That's another game I need to pick up, but whew, pricey.
Atlas got kind of lazy when that came to the West. Like, it's surprising just how extensive the voice acting in the 3DS SMT games is. SMT4, Apocalypse, Devil Survivor Overclock, Devil Survivor 2 Record Breaker, Soul Hackers, Persona Q. Like, there is so much voice acting in all of them. And then with Strange Journey Redux and Persona Q2, it's just Japanese voice acting. They didn't localize them, didn't do English voice acting at all.
Interesting. But I mean, it is the case of, like, if you had to choose between, well, at least for me, let me go ahead and ask you the question before I answer. But if you had to choose between never getting a game localized and only getting a game localized where the only voice acting in it is Japanese, which would you take?
You'd take the one with the Japanese voice acting. It's just in comparison with the previous ones. Like by that point, they got really lazy with it.
Yeah, because that's kind of what happened with the Atelier series, is they stopped doing English voiceovers for it and just left the Japanese voiceovers.
Thank you. It's really kind of disappointing, I think. Especially with Persona Q2 being the triumphant return of the FMC from Persona 3 Portable. And, like, no doubt the voice actors would have been willing to return. What's in this direction? Nice poison both angels.
But I would definitely, like, if I had to choose between not getting a game localized and then only getting a game localized if it had Japanese audio and English subtitles, I would definitely take the Japanese audio and subtitles.
Yeah.
Case in point, Tales of Hearts are.
Tales of Hearts are such a weird case.
It is, because there's certain things with it I'm like, I wish they would have like translated so it looks better, but
yeah, like maybe don't have Japanese voice acting, call your main character Shing when you've localized it as Core. Because it becomes incredibly obvious that the characters are referring to them by a different name.
Yeah. That's kind of my main complaint.
Oh, my party's full and I didn't realise.
Oh.
Should have just punched that angel.
Should have just punched the angel. But yeah, it comes down to a thing of, I feel like that was nice. It does come down to a thing of sometimes where, like, if you're gonna choose to have Japanese audio for your English localization, it's like, I don't see why you would change the name of the characters.
Honestly, I'm still disappointed that we got Hearts Are instead of Innocence Are.
I do agree with that. From what I've seen, because Meg's been playing through Innocence. She's been playing through Innocence R in Japanese. And from what I've seen, Innocence R looks like it's a lot of fun.
I really need to get myself a better way of doing DS games. Maybe I'll do Innocence if I do get that better way to do DS games. I do have the fan translated ROM.
Yeah, I am interested in the fan translated ROM. I know somewhere in my files I have the fan translated ROM for Tales of the Tempest. But well, Tempest.
That you're gonna do 100% run off at some point?
Probably not a 100% run.
You mean that you will?
Oh,
God damn it.
on regards of that, though, I was having a talk with Meg, and similar to how Teak is doing his Dragon Quest versus Final Fantasy thing, Meg is thinking about doing a Final Fantasy versus Tales. And I was joking about how, oh, maybe I should just complete the trifecta and do Dragon Quest versus Tails.
And no, I'd say of a trifecta, it's my thought has always been that it's Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, Shin Megami Tensei.
But there's not as many SMT. If we're gonna go like,
well, I'd start it off with Digital Devil Story, Megami Tensei. And then I would immediately regret my life choices.
See, I don't want to regret my life choices if I'm gonna do like a series like that.
If you want to do Digital Devil Story, you should probably just do Kyaku Megami Tensei on Super Famicom. The compilation remake of the two.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if that was gonna be the second game you would recommend would be Digital Devil Story 2.
Like, if you're gonna include spin-offs, which... What the fucker?
Give me just 1 second. I need to turn my mic off for a moment and check on something.
Alright.
Alright, I'll be right back.
I've gotten so used to, with Digital Devil Saga, Hammer being halving the health, that I had forgotten that in the main series, Hammer is instant kill. And that's worked out really badly. Well. What do you want? No. I want the experience and the money. Yeah. What I'm going to end up doing off stream between now and next week, hopefully, is doing the grinding to set us up to take on Matador. The grinding, the grabbing, the party that we need. And hopefully we won't have to do that too often. But a lot of what you do in Nocturne is setup. There we go, level 17. Got that strength up again, boy! Now let's head back to the Cathedral of Shadows. Which entrance did I come into? Okay, we'll head to the fountain first. If you're interested in getting into Shin Megami Tensei for yourself, a lot of the other games are not as push this. They don't push this kind of idea as hard. Like the crazy focus on setup. Like if you saw the Digital Devil Saga streams, generally what we get with those.
I have returned.
Welcome back, Johnson. Generally what you get with those is the, a lot of the setup is already done along the way. Oh yeah, I have jewels. Balm of Rising for a pearl. Ooh, Dekaja. Detraja. Yeah, we'll save those.
Yeah, those are some good rocks.
I could get an Aquinas. I'd like an Eros, honestly, but I only have one turquoise. Because Eros is the force-based.
I see the word soul exchange, and I'm just like, oh, you need souls? Hang on a second. Steps outside and just grabs everyone that's floating around.
I did have something to say before, and I can't remember what it was.
Oh, I'm sorry. I appeared and you lost all words.
No, it was before that I wanted to discuss. I remember what it is now. Oh, we're on 6 of 8. Wait for full Kagetsuchi. Like you do Dragon Quest or Final Fantasy, and because they have a lot of numbered entries, if you're going to do those up against Shin Megami Tensei, you should really go through some of the spin-offs.
Yeah.
And thankfully, a lot of them fan translated now. You do SMT 1, 2, If, Kyoyaku Megami Tensei, Majin Tensei 2, the 3 last Bible games.
That would very possibly be an idea. It would just suck with like certain titles wouldn't easily be able to do because they're stuck on systems that aren't easily able to be streamed from. Unless I go with the DS versions. Because then it's easy to just do a ROM of a DS.
The games that I suggested, all of them are on Super Famicom except Last Bible 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
Which should be easily streamable. If you have any kind of emulator setup.
Yeah. Which, again, falls into the whole thing of, like, me getting a new computer. I would easily be able to make that work. Because on my old computer, years ago, I actually did stream The World Ends With You via a DS emulator. Excuse me.
I thought it was mostly external emulators on, like, a box. An emulation system.
Mm-hmm.
But like you do what works for you. That was the important thing.
Yeah, the way I made the DS emulator work is hooking up a drawing tablet for the touchscreen input.
That's pretty smart, actually. Null's Expelling Death resists magic. That is actually really good.
Yeah, that's actually... And, Kosamudi has that in Dia. Which, I mean, at this point, we kind of need something higher than Dia, but those are two very good things in this area.
My concern is that it costs us Hypixel.
Ooh. Oof. That's kind of a problem.
Yeah.
Because Hypixie is still very good for us.
And still has more to learn.
Mm-hmm.
If I throw Lilium and Shikigami together, we get Minakata. But there's also the sacrifice. And I'd like Shikigami to be the sacrifice. Angel is weak to force, so that's used to us. Basically showing a lot of this now, so that you guys know what's going to be going what's going to be going on off stream. It's mostly just me staring over the charts. Although once the Demon Compendium becomes available, that won't be as bad.
Oh, that sucks, Clem. And I agree, timed demos are very stupid.
Yeah, I said that's why I'm not going to partake in this bullshit. I don't appreciate Capcom telling me when I can and cannot play stuff. No.
What I was about to say before that is that staring at charts is like a part of the SMT experience.
Yeah. Hey, Star.
Hey, Star.
It's nice when we can hold 12 demons.
That is nice.
It's kind of surprising that Nocturne opens up with the ability to hold 8. Brought with William to get Blob. I don't want Blob. But it has
Blob
Tarunda.
is like, but I want you.
It has Tarunda and will inherit Rakunda if we do it now.
The game really out here like, oh, gotta get rid of some of your really good demons in order to get the ones that'll inherit the status effects. Or not the status effects, the stat boosts.
These are debuffs. This is why choosing what your demons inherit is so important. And why it's a good idea. And why people arguing that it makes the game too easy need to shut the fuck up.
I have a feeling like this blob is like screaming in agony in a sense.
It nullifies death, which is good, and resists physical. Weakness to expel is always bad. Weakness to either expel or death is always bad. Bonniest would be nice, but that's level 20.
Gotta do a little bit of grinding for that.
Yeah, that'll have to happen off screen. I could get another Whack Po for it.
Oh, you're 17.
The issue is that it goes with Nazuchi, and we want to keep Nazuchi for the minute because drains force. If we have Nazuchi in the party, then Matador can't use Mazan. It'll end its turn.
Out of curiosity, though, you would be able to get another Nazuchi, possibly, wouldn't you?
I could. This one doesn't have a particularly good skill set right now.
Yeah. It's like the only thing it really has going for it is the fact that it repels Zan.
It is a very good point. It's like, yeah, no, it's like, we want to keep Nazuchi because it repels Zan. Is there any other reason? No.
No.
Really not. Alright, let's do this then. And we'll offer... You know, what was the other one? Inakata at level 17. Air and nerve weakness. Zeo and Analyze. Zeo and Beseech. So, without the ability to choose what your demons inherit, this is how you essentially just keep doing it until you get what you want. Zeo and Analyze. Zeo and Rakunda.
Yeah, you just basically have to keep resetting.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to keep resetting it and re-clicking it until you finally get the combination you want.
And it's just kind of frustrating.
It really does just come down to, rather than difficulty versus
Medium.
just a quality of life feature and letting you choose what they'll inherit.
Yeah.
Keep resetting for the combo you want. Chocobo breeding. I mean, in a way. But this also reminds me of a conversation that, like, I saw a while back where people were like, oh, older games are harder, and it came down to a thing of, like, How was it phrased? But it was basically this thing of like, they were only harder because they didn't have things that we now take as quality of life staples. They were only harder because they made you work and do stuff like this instead of just being like, oh, we know you're going to constantly reset to get this. Why don't we just go ahead and give you something that'll shave off the time?
Yeah. It's like I said with the Fire Emblem thing. Of like they introduce casual mode.
Mm-hmm.
And people were like, "Oh no, that's not good. People need to play it properly." And it's like, it's cutting out the middleman. We all
Welcome back, China.
Hey, Sana. Like with Fire Emblem, we all reset whenever a party member dies. All casual mode is doing is cutting out the middleman.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, Clem, that was the word I was looking for. Tedious.
You know, I said tedious
you're
like
right,
3
tedium.
times.
Well, I'm thanking Clem for saying it.
Okay, that's right. Have you got your shovel?
Yeah. Go ahead. Dig like my third or fourth hole that I'm doing this stream.
Mm-hmm.
Or my third or fourth, like, this shovel of dirt. Slowly building that grave for myself.
That's good. What's Momonofu? Oh, okay. I'll be honest, as much as I play SMT and Persona, I don't remember the name of a lot of the demons sometimes.
I don't either. It's a smaller amount than Pokemon, but I mean, we related this to Pokemon earlier. It's like literally hundreds of demons. Let me see if the guide actually mentions exactly how many.
I think Maniac's version, which is the version that was released in the West, did actually add more.
Mm-hmm. And supposedly HD is going to be adding more too.
Really? I was not aware of that.
I saw somewhere that HD is adding.
Alright, let's leave that for now then. Let me take Inugami out of the party and replace them with Minakata. One thing I have been seeing about Nocturne HD is complaints over the menu system. Because they haven't changed the menu system. So what do you think of that?
Personally speaking, I don't find that to be too terribly upsetting. Because if I see something is meant to be an HD remaster of something, I'm going to figure that most of it is going to be typically the same. That it's only going to be minor things that are going to be changed. Or like minor things that are added to the game. Like, if I were to complain about something for an HD version of a game, it would be rare for me to complain about the menu.
You know, it's like reviewers feel like they have to earn the paycheck. They've got to find something to complain about.
Yeah.
Like too much water.
7.8, too much water.
The ridiculous thing is, I read that review, and that review was very positive. The score at the end made no sense.
That's actually really hilarious. Back at that point in time, I wasn't really interested in Pokemon. I was still kind of going through my phase of like, whatever. So I didn't care to read the review. But what I was about to say is that as far as like HD remasters and stuff go, like the only way I'm going to really complain about the menu of something is if they take something away or if they add something stupid. If they leave the menu the same, I probably am not going to complain about it.
Yeah, the complaints are like, oh no, the menus are obtuse, they should have cleaned this up. You know, that kind
Meanwhile,
of thing.
I'm just kind of sitting here like, okay. Which, I mean, again, bringing up Tales of Arise. Some of the complaints I've seen for Tales of Arise, I know we already touched on the multiplayer issue earlier, but some complaints I've seen are like how some people are now trying to play some people are trying to play as if they know how game deving works and stuff. Talking about how, oh, well, this particular, like, something I legitimately saw was somebody complaining about how a particular plant, like, the grass disappears if you're too close to it. And I talked to a few of my friends that are in game development, game design, etc. in school. And they're just like, yeah, that's an LOD. Like, if you have too many of them on the field and you don't have some disappear, then you're having too much load time and you're going to get lag. And it just kind of comes down to stuff like that, where some people are like, it's, as you said, they're going to complain because they just want something to complain about.
At the end of the day, actual game development, there's a lot of people don't really know. We can speculate, but at the end of the day, we don't really know. Stuff like that specifically, we do know, because that's basic rendering. That's just how systems work. It's the old idea of culling what's not on screen.
Yeah.
Except with how games are now, you kind of have to do a little more of that because there's too much on screen.
Yeah, and there's just too much data being processed.
Yeah. That's why load times jumps up again.
It's like, if you want every single blade of grass to be an individual blade of grass that stays on the screen 24/7, then you need something with a bigger processor and also probably... My brain just hit a wall again. I feel stupid. But if you're wanting every single individual blade of grass animated in something, then we're not at the point in which you can have that and also have like no lag as well. Is what I'm trying to say. You have to give and take. Like, the main focus of 3D models and stuff is basically going to be your characters, what's immediately right there, and whatever you're fighting. Like, the small details are going to be cut so that the big details can actually shine. But anyways.
People just like to act like they know all. A lot of people don't like to admit they don't actually know things. Everybody wants to seem like the smartest person in the room. But that is going to do it for us today. We've made like an hour's worth of progress in 3.5 hours. because that's just how this game is going to be now. This is an 80+ hour game.
Mm-hmm.
I want everybody to be aware of that.
That quote that popped up is kind of amusing.
I'm not sure if that's the actual quote. Bane may have taken that down wrong.
Hmm.
I don't know, he's usually pretty good about that though, Swad, and I trust that he took it down right. And I do say stupid shit a lot of the time. Most of these quotes come from. Like that. But yeah, that's gonna do it for us today. We're gonna have to come back next week after doing some off-screen setup. Gonna be some grinding. Probably not gonna push it higher than 25.
Yeah, I was gonna say do the video game equivalent of being like, okay, so this is how you do this. But good thing is we have our food already baked over here. So 45 minutes later, in the span of like a second.
I'm probably going to keep doing what I've been doing previously, of making a second save file alongside this so you can see exactly how much time was spent.
Mm-hmm.
I did that with Digital Devil Saga, I did that with Final Fantasy 13. I think with Digital Devil Saga 2 it was like 23 hours. FF13 was about 11. I mean, these days, it's easier now to do this stuff than it was in 2003, thanks to several things. The internet is guidance, do not be afraid to use a guide for this kind of thing, and also podcasts.
Mm-hmm.
Especially podcasts about serial killers.
Gotta have something to keep you going.
It'll just fly by.
Gotta have something to keep you going while you're doing the mindless grinding.
Yes. Currently, I'm alternating between two podcasts, Retronauts and the last podcast on the left. And the last podcast on the left, the episode I'm listening to, just started their deep dive into the BTK killer.
Oh, interesting.
It is kind of fascinating in a really fucked up way, and it's a really good thing that it's also a comedy podcast.
See, an interesting thing about me is like there's not really a whole lot of podcasts that I've ever listened to, and they've normally been podcasts that friends have already had on their phone or whatever, and we're like, hey, let's listen to this podcast, and it's like, okay. So
That's weird. I don't know what kind of situation you'd have to be in where everyone's just like, hey, let's listen to a podcast.
I have had friends that have had their phones connected to their cars and be like, let's listen to a podcast on this road trip instead of listening to music.
That's weird. I feel like for me it'd be, hey, let's listen to music or let's talk about random shit for the next 6 hours.
Yeah, I guess I have had some friends in my life that have been that awkward in the middle, I guess. But it is always a good thing to like listen to something, or at least, well, it's a bonus if you're listening to something that you end up actually learning something from.
Yeah.
While doing mindless stuff.
Podcasts are great for grinding, honestly. I used to do music back when I was doing Final Fantasy 14, and there's a lot of mindless tedium in Final Fantasy 14, especially when you're leveling up alternate jobs. But podcasts definitely better for it. Behind the Bastards is a pretty good one I can recommend, which looks into the lesser known stuff of history's greatest bastards. I've got my phone here, let me see if we can get some info up. Behind the Bastards dives in past cliff notes of the worst humans in history and exposes the bizarre realities of their lives. Listeners will learn about the young adult novels that helped Hitler form his monstrous ideology, the founder of Blackwater's insane quest to build his own air force, and the bizarre lives of sons and daughters of dictators, and Saddam Hussein's sad career as a trashy romance novelist.
Huh. That is definitely a lot of stuff that I would not have expected.
They don't just go into those people as like those are just examples.
Yeah.
I first found them because of the two-parter they did on Steven Seagal. And what a colossal bastard he is.
Interesting.
I knew a bunch of the
It
stuff, and I knew
definitely-
he's like supposed to be really awful to work with, and he's really full of himself. But I didn't know about stuff like the sex trafficking charge.
Oh, that is definitely something I am not aware of.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that. If you're interested, definitely check out Behind the Bastards. It is not a podcast I am part of or affiliated with. Gonna leave that hanging there so you wonder if it actually is. No, it's not. No, if I was going to do a podcast, it'd be on pointless video game stuff and also movies.
I feel that.
Some TV shows that I like. I debated trying to get some people together to set up like a rewatch podcast of something. It's like, oh, what could we do? Like, we could do the DC Animated Universe with its like 1,000 episodes, or like Star Trek and go through all of it.
Meanwhile, I'm over here and I rarely watch TV because I was raised without cable television.
I know a lot of this is stuff that I got to watch years later. Oh no, you're not invited.
Sorry, Sina.
There is actually a podcast idea that I did with Sina and another friend years ago. It was wildly unfocused. And ultimately I ended up stopping because I really didn't enjoy editing it. Editing
I mean, that's
an hour,
understandable.
editing an hour-long episode would take upwards of 4 hours.
Yeah, I totally feel that. I used to run a blog about video game composers and video game music and stuff like that, and trying to write up posts about the various composers could take 2 to 4 hours, depending.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just don't have the energy to put that much effort into something.
It can be crazy. But yeah, podcasts can be a good way to get anything. Retronauts has been fun, finally getting into Retronauts, which is very well regarded. The episode I'm listening to at the minute is Nintendo Multimedia.
Oh.
Like a lot of the stuff they were doing around the video games in the late 80s, early 90s.
Ah.
Not the TV shows, they already did the TV shows, stuff like toys and stuff like that. Yeah, I've had people tell me I should do a podcast with someone. T kind of suggested one at one point, but we'd need to agree on a topic. I don't know. Anyway, we're rambling. Yeah, Nocturne will be back next week. This is going to be a very slow-paced playthrough, in case you didn't already realize that.
Because we just only made an hour of progress in 3.5 hours.
Yeah. Once we get the Demon Compendium, like, a lot of this problem should be alleviated. I can't believe they hold the Demon Compendium back from you until after you deal with Matador. That's ridiculous.
It's like that one. It's like that one DLC. It's like, oh, sorry, you don't get access to this thing that makes the game easier until after you get past the first major wall.
Ugh. Yeah, we'll continue with Nocturne. I hope everybody's enjoying it. Think of these as kind of like very chill streams as well. Like, there's no stress, there's no messing around with this. There's a lot of messing around with this, but it's very chill. Very chill. We have to approach it chill, because we will get sweary later, and we have to save the energy for that.
Most definitely.
Quite the true demon path. You get sweary.
Yeah, I did want the true demon path, and I apologize in advance for that.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm gonna make you do it as well.
Oh no. I see what this was. This was a crap. This was a crap. You had me save up all of those points so that I could redeem this playthrough. And then you're gonna go over to my channel and be like, what's the hardest thing I can redeem for the least amount of points?
Honestly, I could come up with something harder than Nocturne.
Then, meanwhile, I'd be sitting here like, damn, I have to actually track down a copy of whatever Chrono says.
Like some people really need to rethink some of the point rewards they have. Like Clem with his point reward, because Clem's currently doing Dark Souls. He has a point reward where you spend 1,000 points and he can't do the in-game action that you tell him for the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a good idea.
I've suggested many of them. I've only spent the points once, and I told him not to die. He died, and he still hasn't given me those points back.
That reminds me, a friend of mine has a very cheap one. I think it's like 500 points, where it's all like, tell me a word I'm not allowed to say for the next 5 minutes. And every time someone redeems it is always like the phrase, oh no, or something like that. And that is like his go-to phrase to say instead of saying like a bad word, because he's a teacher.
Ooh.
So he ends up like having to add on time and add on time and add on time, and then ends up having to play like a penalty game at the end of a stream if that gets redeemed because of it.
I wonder if I did something like that, or what people had banned me from saying. I don't know what I say repeatedly. Like, the main thing I'm aware of that I say quite a lot is I've said before. And that's kind of it.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what people would ban me for.
It's like, I've considered, like, Megumi's got her no swearing points. Which I think
we all know how well that goes for her.
Yeah, I redeemed it, and then she was swearing. To be fair, she was playing Rechain of Memories, though.
Yeah, I think that's kind of like not fair to redeem that when you're playing through that game.
Yeah. Somebody redeems Kingdom Hearts Final Mix, and I finished that, and then I will add Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix to the redemption list. There will be no Rechain of Memories playthrough.
It's like if you have to choose one of them to play through, play Chain of Memories.
There will be no Chain of Memories playthrough.
But you don't understand.
There will be no cards.
You gotta play with the heart of the cards to understand why Sora is asleep.
Sora's asleep because the plot's bullshit.
I mean, I can't disagree with that. All you need to know is that the power of friendship prevails everything.
I can make that a point reward. Tell me an inexorable truth about this.
That would be an amusing reward.
Yeah.
Hear all your hot takes about stuff.
Oh, the hot takes. I like that. That could be good. Go on, ChanceEm. Choose something for a hot take.
Choose something for a hot take. Final Fantasy VI.
The final dungeon having you split into 3 parties is bullshit. And that kind of mechanic is always bullshit. It's an awful mechanic that demands so much more of an investment from you than any other game does.
Very fair.
Is that not high enough? FF6 is better than FF7.
Oh.
See, I'll leave the pause there so
That
Clem hears that, and then.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
yeah.
I think that one's gonna be a little bit too spicy.
Honestly, no, I don't even feel like I just said that for Clem.
I know you did.
Yeah.
That's why I said I think that one was more spicy.
No, I like FF6 character focus, which is something I think he does better than FF7. I think a lot of the characterizations of FF6 switch to mod mode by accident. I think a lot of the characterizations, I think the party is better characterized in FF6 than it is in FF7, which is ironic because FF6 has a much larger party.
Mm-hmm. But it is really interesting how FF6 does that, like works with their party at times. And also how like a certain number, like a decent portion of the party is actually very optional.
Even without that, it still ends up being like one of the biggest casts.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot have Shadow, Morrow, Mog. And then I guess like most of the cast in the World of Ruin.
Mm-hmm. I thought there was a fourth character that you could possibly not have in the World of Ruin.
You could probably ditch Gao.
That's the other character I was thinking of that you can possibly ditch.
Yeah, hot takes could be fun. Borderlands is the most overrated AAA IP currently existing. Yes, more so than Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed has at least produced good games.
Ooh. On the topic of Borderlands, what about Telltale Games?
I haven't played Tales from the Borderlands. I've heard people say it's got a really good story. The problem is, I don't like Borderlands writing either. And I especially hate the whole idea of, let's make an annoying character, that'll be funny. Like, no, that's annoying.
Yeah, that's my biggest complaint with the mascots in Tales lately, is they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna make our mascots a very annoying character, but they're cute, so they're great. And I'm just like, please stop.
Yeah, no, we'll end up doing the Batman Telltale game at some point for Superhero Friday. That'd be worth getting through. Possibly Guardians of the Galaxy. I have most of the Telltale stuff. I bought the bundle on PS4. Weirdly enough, I own Tales from the Borderlands on PS4, Xbox One, and PC, and I've never actually bought it.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's been given away on every platform.
I also didn't know that there was a like combo pack for it.
Yeah, it's the reason why I have the entire Walking Dead collection except the final season on PS4 is why I have Guardians of the Galaxy.
Clem, to get out of mod view, there should be an arrow at the bottom left-hand side of the screen.
Yeah, Tales from Batman Telltale would be good. I could set up a redemption for, like, take your pick of a Telltale game. Just go back to the main page, Clem.
Yeah, you could always just hit the back arrow on your browser.
Yeah. It's a separate page. I never did finish The Wolf Among Us.
I never finished that either. I have that on Vita and PS3.
It's like the issue with, oh yeah, no, you finished an episode, here's the credits, and it's a stopping point, and it's so hard for me to go back after that.
Yeah, it is like.
No, you don't, Clem. You don't lose precious seconds of chat because chat is going to appear there for you because you're a mod.
Yep, chat stays if you're a mod. But
He actually means our chat.
Oh.
Yeah. Just give him a minute to respond to that.
I guess that's just gonna be a sacrifice he might have to make.
Yeah. What browser are you using?
Yeah. But yeah, as far as like Wolf Among Us, I am invested in it. It's interesting, but you always get to the end of the first chapter and like you get the credits, and then it's just like, oh, and then you forget to do the next chapter.
I got to chapter 3 or 4. I did them in one sitting, and then stopped, and then I just never went back. It's the problem with like the end point of the credits. I feel like if you have the full season, they shouldn't do the credits until you're done. Or there should be an option for that.
I agree with that.
I think the only reason I actually finished the Batman Telltale series is because I did it in one sitting. That was just the first season. I've not done Enemy Within. I do want to do that, but I did Telltale series on PC. And I have Enemy Within on PS4 now, so I want to do the first season again and then carry it over to the second.
That's fair.
A bit of advice, do not play the Batman Telltale series on PC. It is a piece of shit. I had so many issues with it. Sound cutting out, various other audio issues, massive amounts of screen tearing.
Oof.
And apparently, Telltale games just have had issues on PC for a long time. Just get them on console.
Yeah, it's not something I would have. It's not something I would have expected because I'm not much of a PC gamer myself.
Yeah, let's wrap up.
Yeah, we're just continuing to ramble at this point.
Pretty much, it's been at least 20 minutes. I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Clem, Teak, Signer, Mad Eye, Queen Nicole, Star. Who else was there? There was that dude who popped in, Old Thong, One Thong, Mad Eye. Yeah, everybody in the chat. Thanks so much for joining us and keeping us company. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Nocturne will be back next week. 8 PM British Summertime BST, which is 3 PM Eastern Standard. Those of you in the US. We'll be hitting the main brunt of the game next week. Once you get past Matador, the game really gets going. We're currently on 8 hours 44 minutes for the in-game time. 10 hours is not the longest I've seen for a game to take to get started. Kingdom Hearts is about close to that, isn't it? Kingdom Hearts 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. The smart thing is to not make the opening boring, which, like, Kingdom Hearts 2 does. The opening is not really boring. And Nocturne, the opening has not really been boring.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's the biggest problem, is to make sure your opening is not boring, because that is where you need to grab the attention of whoever is playing.
Yes.
Make that boring and you lost them.
It brings us back to the old argument, Final Fantasy 13 gets good 30 hours in.
It's like, okay, so how are you planning on keeping my attention for 30 hours?
Yeah. Also,
why
for the
should
fact
I have
it
my
really
attention
fucking doesn't.
It's like, why should I have my attention invested for 30 hours? Like, you gotta do something here for me.
Yep. And with all the grinding I did, it was still like 50 hours of game. It's like, cool, it gets good 30 hours in. That's over half the game.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we're on different pages here. But yeah, and of course, super big special thank you to ChanceEm for joining me once again for Nocturne.
Oh, thank you for having me. I very much appreciate it.
Cool stuff. We'll give ChanceEm a shout out. ChanceEm is back doing streams.
I am.
What are you doing, ChanceEm?
I have been streaming Skies of Arcadia Legends on Monday and Fridays, and I have started up Animal Crossing New Horizons. I'm slowly working back into a schedule of sorts after moving. I'm just trying to get situated around like my roommate schedule and stuff because I don't want to be streaming and then, loud noises going on in the background and whatnot. So still trying to get that all figured out. But at the moment, we are pressing on with Skies of Arcadia Legends, and I'm playing Animal Crossing.
And ChanceEm recently upgraded from original Animal Crossing to Animal Crossing New Version.
Animal Crossing New Version. Or as Meg called it when I abbreviated it to ACNH, she was like, oh, Assassin's Creed New Hampshire. I was like, no.
Wasn't that Assassin's Creed 3?
Basically. But yeah, I was gifted a Switch from a very nice friend. So I was able to upgrade to New Horizons.
From what I've heard with New Horizons, the real upgrade would have been to New Leaf.
Yeah, I've already played a lot of New Leaf though, but I'm having fun with New Horizons. I just, it. Which I mean, we could save that discussion for next week, but it just goes back to the whole thing of like, put all of your game, like, if your game's not complete, don't release an incomplete game.
Yes.
But we live in the age of DLC and the internet, so things can be released incomplete and they can just keep adding stuff.
Yep, the day one patch. And then day one becomes day 100.
Yep. It is really funny though, because I started up Animal Crossing and like immediately got a letter in my inbox in the game saying, "We are now a year later. Thank you for being with us for a whole year." And I'm like, I literally just started the game. But I digress.
So ChanceEm will be back tomorrow with Skies of Arcadia. Definitely check ChanceEm out. ChanceEm is a cool dude. Does cool stuff. It's his first playthrough through Skies of Arcadia. So if you've not seen it before, go along and discover it with him. You cannot afford to buy it yourself.
Yeah, last I checked, it was like $300 or so. Kind of painful.
And what kind of person would illegally download an ISO of it and play it on Dolphin, the GameCube emulator that also runs Wii games on PC? Or would hack their Wii or Wii U to allow it to run Nintendo, to allow them to run GameCube games off an SD card? What kind of sick person would do that to play this game that is really good, that you should definitely play?
Oh, that didn't pick it up. Damn. I was humming.
Yes, guys, okay, it's good. We also have the poll. If you've not voted in the poll, definitely take a look at the poll to decide whether we'll be doing anime games next month or Star Wars games. Currently, anime games is winning by a lot, and I'm going to make a point here, we will not be doing Sailor Moon. If you can find me a good Cardcaptor Sakura game, we will do Cardcaptor Sakura. The true queen, in my eyes, of shoujo. We will, however, do the husband's game of that pair. You know what? No, we're probably not going to actually do Yu Yu Hakusho. I just wanted to say Yu Yu Hakusho. It's good. Like Yu Yu Hakusho.
For a second, I was like, the husband's pair. I was like, who are you talking about? And then you said Yu Yu Hakusho. I was like, oh yeah, they're married.
So yeah, look forward to that. Currently planned, like probably Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2, Sword of the Berserk, Guts' Rage.
He means he's gonna play Legacy of Goku.
No, we're gonna minimize our Goku time.
I mean, fair.
I was actually kind of considering Dragon Ball Advanced Adventure.
Ooh.
Which we
That's an
can need for a
interesting
couple
choice.
of reasons. Like, okay, so here's a Dragon Ball game that isn't a fighting game. And also, it's a Dragon Ball game, not Dragon Ball Z. Pretty cool side-scrolling beat-em-up on GBA. If you've never played it, it's worth checking out.
Yeah, I have actually never played it.
It's
The
pretty
only Dragon Ball games or Dragon Ball Z games I've played were the Legacy of Goku games on Game Boy Advance, and various fighting titles.
What else? Possibly a JoJo game, maybe Eyes of Heaven. I don't know. I know Ali will be really into that if I do that.
That would actually be really interesting because I haven't watched any gameplay of that before.
It's a 3D arena brawl with fairly large arenas. 2-on-2.
And say you gonna play .hack if anime wins? That counts,
no.
right?
Not anytime soon. I know it's a multimedia franchise that does have an anime, although the focus is the game. That'd be kind of like saying, yeah, no, let's play Danganronpa because there's an anime for it, but the anime came from the game.
Oh, I know the real answer. You're gonna finally play Tales of the Abyss because there's an anime for it.
Is Tales of the Abyss based on the anime?
No.
Then you missed the point of everything I just said.
I know. I just needed to give myself another reason to add like the 5th shovel dig for my grave.
Honestly, I want to do Tales of the Abyss. I'm real disappointed that it crashed.
Yeah.
It was shaping up. We spent like 2 hours with it, and I was interested. And it's rare that an RPG will get you interested that fast.
Yeah, it's not your typical like, oh, you have to go save the chosen one maiden and find like various elements and stuff.
Don't
It
you
is actually
disparage
kind of
Nocturne.
interesting.
But yeah, I'll probably end up having to do that off stream for myself on 3DS. I do have Afro Samurai, the game, and I did check that the game came out way after the anime. It was like 2 or 3 years later.
Oh.
Featuring the
Gotta do a
voices from
Naruto
the
game.
series.
Ooh, nice.
Samuel L. Jackson, Kelly Hu, Ron Perlman, whoever voiced Kuma.
That's actually kind of like surprising. Like that level of voice talent.
There's a sticker on the front that's like featuring the voice of Samuel L. Jackson, Kelly Hu, Ron Perlman, and music by one of the dudes from Wu-Tang Clan.
Damn.
So you could do Afro Samurai. Afro Samurai would be a cool curveball that I don't think a lot of people would have expected.
Might have to look into like some obscure anime titles or things that people won't expect.
Titanium also redeemed Astro Boy the Omega Factor, which I think we're going to tie into Superhero Fridays during Anime Month.
Okay.
Because Astro Boy is a superhero.
He is.
But yeah, that's next month. That starts next Saturday. Nocturne will continue throughout the month, whether anime or Star Wars wins. Tomorrow we'll be doing the rerun Classic Mecha Mondays. I believe we're on session 5 of Alundra, which was originally recorded in September of 2019. So look forward to that. It's a pretty enjoyable playthrough, and the game itself is really good. Session 5,
Yeah,
the
I know,
plot's
based off
really
of
hitting now.
I was gonna say, based off of just seeing your videos, it's been making me want to get a copy for myself.
I do recommend it. I do still have my original physical copy. It was released as The Adventures of Alundra in UK. With a map of the village that is reversible and has a map of just the world on the back. Really tiny map, it's not even A4.
That's still really cool. Like
It's pretty
it's
cool, I
always
really
awesome.
like it.
It's always awesome whenever, like, well, nowadays if games even come with a manual, but like when those manuals come with artworks and stuff like that too.
Tuesday we'll be continuing Max Payne. We'll move on to part 2, A Cold Day in Hell. Thursday we'll be finishing Max Payne as we move on to part 3, the final part. And Friday, superhero game. I'm thinking Spider-Man for the Dreamcast because I know I can get that done in one session before the May marathon. It's the PS1 Spider-Man game that was ported to Dreamcast. And like they redid all the graphics for it, it looks quite nice. Probably plays a little worse because the Dreamcast has 2 buttons less than the PlayStation.
Oof.
Yeah, like 2 shoulder buttons less.
You're gonna take graphical quality over gameplay.
Honestly, I've done the PS1 version plenty of times. It's more the weirdness of it for me.
That's fair.
It's like, we just finished yesterday Arkham City for Wii U, which was the worst performing version of the game, and you could feel it. Like, it felt worse performing. And it had a bunch of gimmicks, but it was interesting to see the weird version. And like doing Spider-Man Dreamcast, I feel will be a pretty interesting way of doing that. You don't see the Dreamcast version as often. But yeah, that is pretty much it for us today. Once again, I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat. Thank you so much for keeping us company. Chat is the best part of the stream. Super big special thank you to ChanceEm for joining me on the mic for this.
Thank you for having me.
ChanceEm, do you have anything you want to plug before we go? Anything you want to say, talk about?
Not really. I already plugged myself earlier when you gave me that shout out. So really outside of that, it's like I'm mainly just hanging out with like you and Meg when it comes to being on mic for other stuff, but I appreciate you having me here, and I've had a lot of fun like going through Nocturne and stuff again. So thank you for having me.
That's cool stuff. And we give a shout out for Megumi. What's she doing tonight? Tales of Zestiria?
She is going through Tales of Zestiria tonight, which, interesting factoid, I actually met Meg because of Tales of Zestiria. Tales of Zestiria was the first game I streamed on Twitch.
Oh, that's pretty much it for us then. So, there's not really anything left to say, but thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day, and take care.
See ya.
Catch you next time, guys.